Going to church doesn't make you a Christian any more than standing in a garage makes you a car. Children, you spend the first 2 years of their life teaching them to walk and talk. Then you spend the next 16 years telling them to sit down and shut up. The early bird might get the worm, but the second mouse gets the cheese. My friend's mother never saw the irony of calling him a son of a bitch. Evening news is where they begin with good evening and then proceed to tell you why it isn't. A bus station is where a bus stops. A train station is where a train stops. On my desk, I have a workstation. I thought I wanted a career. It turns out I just wanted paychecks. And never under any circumstance take a sleeping pill and a laxative on the same night. These are just some things I wanted to share. Excuse me. My name is KJ Osborne. And I want to welcome you, yes, you, to the show. Get in here, you. Hey, guys, thanks so much for joining me for another edition, another episode of KJ's What Happened, looking back on the week of madness. I hope you were with us yesterday. It's been a busy couple days. I dropped a brand new video yesterday, so I hope you had a chance to see it, about the Winter Olympics opening ceremony. And we did a fun live show last night on werewolves. So if you haven't seen that yet, please go check that out. A lot of interesting information there. And that's that. So yeah, it's already been a busy couple days now. Now we've got the live show today, and there's plenty to get into today. So once again, thanks for being here. Thanks, Tamara, always, my friend. And hey, guys, I've got a little bit of a thing to talk about real quick when it comes to my Subscribestar supporters. First off, thank you so much. You guys kept me going for those years where I was off of YouTube, and you've really been my backbone. But you know, I've got an issue with them right now. Something really crazy is happening with them, and it's always something. I was just telling the Lord that this morning. Like, why can't it just always be smooth? But no, there's always some crap coming around, and now what's happening over there. And before you do anything there, just wait. I'm giving them a few more days to see if they can figure this out. But basically, Subscribestar, I still haven't seen my support yet for this month. You know, usually I'll put a request in on the 1st or 2nd, like I did this month, and it's there within a week. You know, I'll have the support you guys have sent. So it's been good all these years. But this time around, I put in for the 2nd. They said it'd show up by the 15th, which is the longest wait ever I've had. And 15th came around and went. As you know, it's not the 15th. Sorry, it was the 12th. It said it'd be there on the 12th. So the 12th came and went because we're on the 14th, and it's still not there. I keep writing them. They're not writing back. I went back and looked on my site at the payout section, and now what they've done is they have it on the payout section for February. They're saying that they sent it on the 5th. And I've got my bank receipts that show it's never happened. So the point is, it looks like they've kept all the support you sent me this month, and they're acting like they sent it. All right. So this isn't good at all. It's incredibly fraudulent and shady. But like I said, I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. I've been there for years, so I'm going to give it a couple more days and see if I hear back and see if they do anything. But if not, and this has really, really hosed me over too for bills this month, which sucks. I know you don't need to hear all that, but that's just what it is. It's why I have had to have this kind of support, you know. So it's kind of screwed me, but I'm going to give it a few days. Please pray, you know, if you will, that this gets resolved. This has been a big issue. Like, it really, really screwed me over this month. And, you know, we'll see if it gets fixed. If not, I'm going to leave y'all a message over there in a couple days explaining everything and why I'm going to shut that account down. And I would really hope and pray you'll continue to support me, and I'll show you a way to do that, probably just through memberships or something. But so just wait, though, before you leave Subscribestar. Give it a couple days. Let's see if they fix the problem. If not, I'm going to shut it down over there, and just really thank you so much for being with me all these years. It's been my main support there for a long time, so thanks. And this hurts that this is happening. But again, it's like, this is the fun stuff I get to deal with in real life, like shady-ass crap like this, you know, that has to deal with finances. It's always something coming at me with the finances, so it's crazy. But again, that's just, you know, we have trials and tribulations in this life, and I appreciate all your support no matter what. Thanks again. Just give me a couple days and I'll try to figure that out. Didn't want to load all that on you, but I need to get the message out for y'all because I don't want you wasting your money over there either. That's not cool to you either. So, okay, please pray, if you will, that we can get that situation figured out. And thanks. All right, I'm going to leave it at that. Let's get into business. How's that sound? AI safety researcher quits Anthropic company, warning that the world is in peril. In a move capturing widespread attention across the tech world, an AI safety researcher has publicly resigned, warning the world's in peril, a stark message that comes amid rising ethical debates over the pace and commercialization of artificial intelligence. According to a brief post shared by The Hill on its social media channels reporting on the story, the resignation of the Anthropic researcher forms part of a broader trend in which key figures within leading AI labs are leaving their roles and raising concerns about the technology's direction and associated risks. Marink Sharma, who led Anthropic's safeguards, announced he was stepping down. He emphasized profound concerns not only about the rapid development of AI, but also about a series of interconnected crises facing the global community, including risks such as AI misuse and bioterrorism, which he described as evidence the world's in peril. I'll stop there. But yeah, it's like reminds me of Skynet taking over, right? An AI toy maker exposed snippets of thousands of conversations its toys had with children. Oh boy, what could go wrong, right? Let me see what the actual article is here. See if they explain. I don't see them giving any examples. All right. Okay, well, I'm guessing it wasn't good. But we've seen examples before of what some of these AI toys are doing with these children. Super creepy. Microsoft AI CEO warns most white-collar jobs will be fully automated within the next 12 to 18 months. That's crazy, y'all. Look at that. 12 to 18 months. Next year to year and a half, most white-collar jobs will be fully automated. Let's see if that happens. I wouldn't be surprised. Things are moving quickly, aren't they? It says now you can take your AI chatbot on an actual date at New York City's world-first companion cafe. New York City has just opened what it calls the world's first AI companion cafe, designed specifically for people to take their AI chatbots on real-world dates. Wow, man. Like, we're there now. The concept launched at the same wine bar in Hell's Kitchen, where patrons are encouraged to bring their phones or tablets, prop them up at a table, and interact with AI companions through the Eva AI app in social public setting. How about that? How dystopian, right? On opening night, the wine bar was filled with patrons sitting at tables for one-ish, each person facing a sleek phone stand, headphones on, and deep in conversation with their virtual partners via video or text. Wow. So I need to find video of this. I'd like to see what that looked like, or pictures at least, if they have any. Let's say this is the story. Let's see. Well, doesn't look like it's wanting to load.
Is she gets in? Take that car! This one?
Oh, this isn't what we wanted, is it? Okay, never mind. There's a picture of a lady in front of her phone. Another one. It's sad. Sad. Right? How did the world get to this? There's a picture. Wow. Sad. Just set your phone down and talk to the person next to you, right? But there you go. It's pretty sad that elements of humanity are at that point now. Christian gospel music artist Kirk Franklin urges church leaders to speak out against ICE raids. Oh my goodness. These people are tone deaf. Big tech goes on $600 billion AI infrastructure spending splurge. $600 billion AI infrastructure spending splurge. Big tech. So they're all doing it. AI is the future. You know that. Major part of this digital enslavement system coming in. Florida teen was arrested for planning a mass bang bang at a church. So there's that. There have been a lot of attacks on I've got some in a folder, and there have been enough, but I'll be doing eventually, maybe we'll do a live show on it, but all the churches that have been under attack. It's crazy. 11 things people learn too late in life. I thought this was really good. See what you think about this. Turn this up here.
Things people learn too late in life. 1. The less you say, the more your words will matter. 2. Don't take everything personally. Not everyone thinks about you as much as you do. 3. When you focus on problems, you'll have more problems. When you focus on possibilities, you'll have more opportunities. 4. No matter how much it hurts now, someday you will look back and realize that your struggle changed your life for the better. 5. You meet people for a reason. Either you need them to change your life, or you're the one that will change theirs. 6. Never be afraid to try something new. Life gets boring when you stay within the limits of what you already know. 7. You will never truly know the value of a moment until it becomes a memory. 8. Once you begin to take note of the things you are grateful for, you begin to lose sight of the things that you lack. 9. If you do not have control over your mouth, you do not have control over your future. 10. Life is a mirror and will reflect back to the thinker what he thinks into it. 11. The only person you've to face in the morning is yourself. Be unbeatable.
Those are good. What do you think? What do you think about that? Some good ones. Elder Oliver. Good stuff. Things to think about. Indeed.
Tom, how does it feel?
That ain't Tom Brady. Super Bowl appearance ignites clone panic. I've seen some people talking about this, about how weird Tom Brady looked. You know, his wife was a witch. I guess he's divorced, but Gazelle? Maybe they're not. There's that weird video of him kissing his son straight on his lips, and the boy was probably like 8 years old. There's some weird things about this one. But now look at him. People are saying something looks off.
Tom, how does it feel to be back with the Patriots in the Super Bowl? And you're no stranger to the Patriots yourself.
It's nice to be in the Bay Area. It's my hometown, so a lot of cool things came together.
Who's in the Super Bowl squad this week?
Sorry?
Who's in your Super Bowl squad this week? Who's joining you for the fun this week?
I got all my friends. They're all down here. I got Julian with me right here. He's usually pretty fun to hang out with.
Try that again. The audio was kind of low there.
Stranger to the Patriots yourself.
It's nice to be in the Bay Area. It's my hometown, so a lot of cool things came together.
Who's in the Super Bowl squad this week?
Sorry?
Who's in your Super Bowl squad this week? Who's joining you for the fun this week?
Oh, I got all my friends. They're all down here. I got Julian with me right here. He's usually pretty fun to hang out with.
I don't know. What do you think? I don't know what to think about it, but thought I'd share it. I'd seen some people talking about it. Some of these, as you know, falls right in line with how a lot of the other celebrities just aren't really looking the same anymore, right? I'll keep the music down on this, but this is a company called Agibot based in Shanghai, and they offer concerts with dances and songs, all performed by robots. Here's some of the footage. Yeah, sure. It's all fun and games now, right? It's all cutesy cutesy now. So I guess you can rent that out. But I mean, not to be such a, scary type dude, but all this stuff I see as technology they're going to use in the
Russia is one of the very few
tribulation. What the?
About Epstein, not one.
Let's try that again.
If I have to,
A cult artist, in quotes, this is Marina Abramovic, the witch, and she wants to live to be 110 years old.
if I have to die like today,
what I leave behind. That's always a question, after 60 years of work, what you leave behind all of this. Because now when I get 80, you never know how long it's going to be. My wish is to live 110, of course. My grandmother 103, but 110 will be okay. I never doubt. I just went straight forward. Lots of sacrifices, emotional in any other way. Lots of lonely hotel rooms. But, it's worth it.
And did you catch what she said? She said lots of sacrifices in many different ways. It's like, yep. We know, Marina. We know. You know what? Still, that's somebody I think would be amazing to sit down with. Make sure you pray first, and get your covering and all that. But I mean, it'd be interesting to sit down with that lady and talk to her, I think. You know what I mean? But that's me. Just, even though we know she's deep on the dark side, and in all hopes you could somehow bring her over to our side, I don't know. But even if not, just to talk and see what that person's about and just, I don't know. But I'm like that. I like just talking to people like that. I mean, not that I ever have, but I just like hearing people's stories, especially the unique ones, the really weird ones. You know what I mean? That's a weird one. Elon would be cool to talk to. Trump would be cool to talk to. I mean, it's not like I'm, in love with all these people, but you're interested, like they're different. I don't know. Angel Numbers Explained. This is a pretty cool little video here because, as some of y'all know, I've been seeing 111 since 2012 consistently. I still do. And 9/11 now over the last year. So I get these all the time. Some of you get your numbers also. For many years, I avoided the angel number thing because a lot of that's new agey. Oh, it's an angel trying to talk to you, type of stuff. So I always avoided that term because I prayed about it in my spirit. I just saw it as the Lord always encouraging me and showing me that if I keep seeing these numbers, that I'm on my path, that I'm doing all right. It was like always an encouragement, like you're still doing good. You're in there. You're doing right, That's how I always received it. And I still thank him every time I see it, even if it's multiple times in a day. And finally, this guy's using the term angel number, but it's not quite the new agey type angle so many other people use. It is from the Lord, but I like his explanation because it's similar to the way I see it. If that makes any sense, you'll see.
If you ever see angel numbers, or in other words, sequences of the same number, and you seem to not be able to escape them, no matter what, you open up the comments, you open up your car door, you open up your computer, you'll see recurring sequences of numbers. At the most pinnacle moment of times, by the way, these aren't random. Absolutely not random, and the odds of them are such that it's like impossible odds when you get some of these sequences. But do you know what this means? When you see a angel number, so just to explain, angel numbers, recurring sequences of numbers, these would be appointed by God, by the way, so I'm not saying the angels are a part of, not apart from, they're from God. Here's the crazy part. When you constantly are seeing recurring sequences of numbers, what this means is, what you should remember and know in that exact moment, is that you are exactly where you are meant to be. And there is no other place or other thing you should have, could have, would have done than where you are right now. It should completely humble you, make you feel completely present, make you feel stoked. I get in the car to leave, it's 11:11. I check the freaking speedometer, the odometer rather, 444. Open up the comments, 888. What are the odds you open up when there's a triple sequence of numbers? Of course, very slim. Like, what are the odds? So this indicates when you see these numbers, you are in divine alignment. You are aligned with your angels and with God, and you are fulfilling your purpose on earth today. This is known as a synchronicity. When you get synchronicities, it's because you're in sync. You're in tune with the vibrations and the frequencies of this entire experience that we're meant to go through. And you'll also notice when you see an angel number, you should immediately think, what was I just thinking about? And you can even look these up too. I looked them up. Joanne, Sacred Scribes, she has a great articles on each of them. And, you could be worried about finances, for example. If you see 369, that indicates all of your material needs will be met and you need not worry. A lot of these times, if you get an angel number, any worry or anxiousness in your head should absolutely dissipate like a freaking pollen in the wind, man. You are being guided 100%. And when you're willy-nilly worried about stuff, that is attracting more of that. You're going to manifest your own fears if you're worried about it. So I hope you get a lot of these and you're in tune with it. You are if you're seeing them anyway, but I'm just saying, blessings to you. You're on the right path. We're all exactly where we're meant to be. There's nowhere else you should have, would have, could have done. You're right where you're supposed to be.
Love that explanation. Yeah, because 2012, like I said, is when I made the video because I was just seeing it so much, and that's when that's the year that I started uploading my own original kind of content. For the most part, I'd put little things up before then, but that was the year I really started. So it's kind of cool. It's almost like, that was my activation or something, if I look at it that way. But anyway, I liked that one. So here's a gentleman saying Savannah Guthrie's mother's fake kidnapping, which is very suspect, and it's also being prompted up so much. Isn't it funny that that's all we hear about? But the second Epstein files drop came through, like 3 million things were dropped, but all we hear about is some rando lady on TV's mom. I mean, come on.
I don't think she was kidnapped. We would have heard, listen, there would have been a video, there would have been a photograph, there would have been something, a lock of hair, a drop of blood, something mailed to somebody so they could verify, yes, in fact, these people have my mother. Kidnappers want to get paid quickly. They don't want this thing to linger. If you're negotiating with another drug dealer in South America somewhere, it could go on for a few weeks, a month, until they get bored and decide this is not worth it. And it's either pay up or we're going to kill this person. And it's always a negotiation, right? The first figure they throw out is never what actually gets paid, like any good business deal. There's going to be a negotiation, but it's going to be a fast and hard one. And there's been no negotiations. No one's called up and said, hey, where's my money? That hasn't happened. For the simple reason is nobody's kidnapped her, I don't think. If you're a good kidnapper, you're going to grab the medication on the way out the door because you're going to have to take care of her. You're going to have to keep her alive and healthy, right? So it shows a total lack of planning. The total lack of forensic evidence of anyone being in that house, of grabbing her, is another clue that she wasn't kidnapped. You walk in somewhere, you're going to leave something. I don't care who you are. You're going to leave some DNA, some footprints, some fingerprints, blood if anyone gets cut on glass or whatever. Listen, the FBI is great at crime scene processing. They've been processing this thing for, 6, 7, 8 days now. They've got nothing. If they had something, we'd have heard about it.
Yep,
And there is a way.
I think similarly on that one too.
I'm not here to ruin your Valentine's Day, but we don't even know what we celebrate.
By the way, I forgot this is Valentine's Day, so hey, Valentine's Day. I've mentioned this before that the shows I do on Saturday and Monday, they always seem to fall on holidays and stuff. Have you noticed that? They do a lot of the time, which is kind of cool. It means we've shared a lot of holidays together. And now we get to share Valentine's Day together. But do we really want to celebrate this?
I'm not here to ruin your Valentine's Day, but we don't even know what we celebrate anymore. Valentine's Day is supposed to be about love and romance, but the origins is actually dark and bloody. You could pinpoint this story back to ancient Rome. From February 13th to February 15th, the Romans would celebrate a festival called Lupercalia. The men would sacrifice a goat and a dog, and then they would whip the women with the skin of these animals that they just killed. It wasn't no little whippings, it was beatings. This festival was a drunken naked party. It was an orgy, basically. The woman would line up and they would get whipped individually. They believed that this increased fertility in the women. Then they would do a matchmaking lottery, like if it was Love is Blind. We'll put the names of all the women in a jar, and a man would come and select a name out of the jar. Then that couple would be matched up for the duration of the whole festival, the whole 3 days. You had no say. Now this is where it gets wild. In one of these festivals of Lupercalia, the emperor at the time, Claudius II, executed 2 men. And guess what the name of both of these men were? Valentine. Both of them. This happened on February 14th in the 3rd century. Turns out Valentine and Valentine were both martyrs. They were trying to create a revolution at the time for the common society. So to honor these martyrs, the Catholic Church decided to celebrate St. Valentine's Day. During the 5th century, Pope Gelasius I decided to combine St. Valentine's Day with the festival of Lupercalia to expel the pagan rituals. In other words, erase history like how they love doing. It was still an orgy, but the Catholic Church made it more civil. And to put the cherry on top, one of the famous writers of all time, Shakespeare, started romanticizing Valentine's Day in his writings. This story of Valentine's Day spread all over Britain and Europe like wildfire. I get that a lot of people don't care about history, but it's important to learn about your history, or at least know what you're celebrating. Love to me gets celebrated every single day. There's no need to have an exact date to show that love.
Yep.
Just know when you're celebrating Valentine's Day, you're really celebrating a pagan holiday, an orgy party with whips.
Man, that's good stuff. Thank you, sir. Just a reminder, most of us knew of the dark history of Valentine's Day. DHS just launched DHS.gov so Americans can see the criminal illegal aliens that they're arresting, their crimes, and the communities they're removed from. So this is from Homeland Security, actually, from their X. And that's what they're doing. They're posting all these people now and showing their crimes, and they should be. That's a good thing to do. You know, a reminder of how crazy it is to seeing in these people. The streamer started a live stream from Antarctica and immediately had his equipment confiscated and was banned from internet access for a week. This is pretty interesting. See if it looks like he captured something briefly.
The IRL in Antarctica, boys. IRL in Antarctica.
Look how green it is.
Hello. How's it going? Not that good. So you have a Starlink? Yeah. Okay, it's confiscated. You will receive it on the way back. You can't use it on the land? Say again? You can't use it on the land? No. Okay. They checked it in biosecurity yesterday and they didn't have a problem with it going on, but you're the captain, so it's all yours. Okay. You will receive it in the end of the trip, okay? Okay, cool. It's not such devices, they're not anything that is related to the internet connection, cyber security is completely forbidden. Really? So no one's allowed to have a Starlink? Nope. Not even a single piece of data. Really? On land? That is not no. Is that for like all of it? I'm just asking questions. I'm not arguing with you. For all of Antarctica? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. For all, it's available for all ships. It's not only this ship, all the ships around. And especially this one, we have cyber security. We have forces to follow. Unfortunately, we cannot let you. Right, bring it on land. Yeah. And that's for every ship in Antarctica? Yeah, for everybody. Okay. But our procedures, they are very strict. And such devices, they are not allowed, unfortunately. Yeah, no. That's fine. Thank you for informing us. I apologize if there was any issue. I just didn't, I didn't see any problem with it, like online when I was researching and stuff, but you're the captain. Okay. Thank you so much. Sorry for taking you away from your station. No problem. I apologize. Thank you for the understanding. Yeah, no problem.
So, but I guess this is the footage they're not very happy about. How green it is, I guess. Look at that.
The IRL in Antarctica, boys.
That. It's pretty. But it's not what you think of Antarctica. I think it's all just a frozen tundra, you know? So there's that. Starlink. That's what got him. That's how he was able to pull that off. This is a really good one. Says it looks like Pizza-Gate is basically real. Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that really came out with files, and that's one thing these guys are talking about. This is over on Tucker Carlson. If you want to get into that, they talk all about it, all about the pizza. And it's like 7,000 times or something. It's mentioned in the latest drop. CEO of Chipotle caught on recording indicating that they're going to keep raising prices because they can. That's not cool. Any of you like Chipotle? I haven't had that in a really long time. I remember liking it.
We learned that 60% of our core users are over $100,000 a year in income, in average household income. That gives us confidence that we can lean into that group in a more meaningful way, whether it's the solo occasion and or group occasions to really drive meaningful transaction performance in the year. We learned that 60% of our core users are over $100,000 a year in income, in average household income. That gives us confidence that we can lean into that group in a more meaningful way, whether it's the solo occasion and or group occasions to really drive meaningful transactions.
Yeah, so yeah, as they said, in other words, just going to keep using those customers, screw the people who are looking for a deal, all right? So it's not cool. Everything about the alleged disappearance of Savannah Guthrie's mommy is off, this person says.
She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
Catherine is very gentle and kind. Talk to her and you'll see.
She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
Catherine is very gentle and kind. Talk to her and you'll see.
She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
Catherine is very gentle and kind. Talk to her and you'll see.
She is full of kindness.
Interesting, right? It's like reading right from the script is the implication there. But yeah, it's definitely kind of weird. But like I said, it's also something being obviously to me used as a distraction because they put it out there. It's still all over the place, right? Constantly. Meanwhile, there's much bigger news going on. Jim Brewer says, comedian Jim Brewer says,
in my honest opinion, it's about time that some humanity understands pure demonic evil truly exists, and it's in your society, and it's your politicians, left, right, Republican, Democrat, liberal, conservative, all of them, they're not your heroes. They're not your heroes. You're rock stars. You're not your heroes. You're athletes, the owners. You haven't seen, this is, you're just getting the tip of an iceberg. And I'm not sure if some of you are ready for what's about to come. And this is what gets exhausting sometimes. When you know this and you tell it to people and because they don't want to, they ask and they don't want to hear that information after they ask it because it's too much for them, they'll lash out at you and they'll call you a name, or they'll call you a whack job, or they'll call you a conspiracy, or a stoner, or you're just whatever they want to call you. You know what it's like seeing tweets? You know, years ago, I'd see certain comedians put out tweets talking about pedophilia and talking about, you know, Christy Teigen. She put right out there tweets. She took them all down. Tweets that she basically telling you what she's into. This has been going on in your face for so long.
Yeah, it's funny because one of his characters was called Goat Boy on Saturday Night Live, and he's got that picture of Goat Boy right there with the horns. So I don't know. I'm not saying he's sending a mixed message, but it is kind of funny. But he comes off good. I mean, you know, you can tell. You know what I mean? I just feel that he's being true, and I've followed him for quite a while. Actually, he was really good about speaking out against the poison back from 2020. Says, look at these racist items Target is selling while trying to cater to Black History Month. This is really over the top. At first, I was having a hard time believing this, but it's real. Check this out.
All right. Black History Month at Target. Pretty brown ting. Because that's how we talk. I said what I said. Nothing like a sassy black woman to start the morning off. Oh. Afro picks and combs. Cool. Bill Cosby's sweater. All right. Oh, shit. Roots, the bag. All right. Here we go. All right.
Over the top, right? Come on, really? The pick. Little Cosby sweaters. My goodness. It's goofy. And then roots. It's crazy, man. Crazy. It's crazy talk. An IUC nurse, maybe ICU nurse, says in her 4 years of working, everyone who passes says the very same thing.
ICU nurse for 4 years, and something that I would like to say and share, and I hope it doesn't fall on deaf ears, is this. Every single person who passes away says the same thing. They say, can you please tell my family I love them? I don't feel good. I know I'm gonna die. But how do they know? Okay? How do they know? There's a shift that happens that's spiritual that nobody can explain, right? The vitals may be stable, their condition may be the exact same way it was when they came in. There's nothing inherently dangerous that's screaming this is what's gonna kill them. Yet in every single circumstance, no matter what brought them in initially, no matter how many hours it is from the last time that they said that, they always die. Always. It doesn't matter how much medicine we give them. It doesn't matter how many tests, labs, CT scans, procedures are performed. The minute that inner shift happens where the spirit is crying out and telling the person, you have one more chance. This is your last opportunity. They always die. And I'm telling you guys this as somebody who's seen this time and time again. Stop playing around with y'all's lives. God is real. Jesus Christ is real. And I know that's not the popular thing to say, and I honestly don't care. You know, we've gotten so caught up with all of this foolishness. You know, people are concerned about all of these things. And I get it, because it consumes me too at times, where I worry about, where am I going to live? What am I going to do? What am I going to this? What am I going to that? But what does all of that matter when you spend your whole life amassing these things and you're going to leave it behind? Life is not meant to be an endless pursuit of things. Life is meant to be enjoyed. Life is meant to be appreciated. Life is meant to be explored. Why are you actually here? You guys take it from me. I'm telling you, every single person is aware, and they know. Your spirit knows you are connected to something deeper than what we're told. If I can't tell you guys anything else, I would tell you to investigate, what is that thing? Who is this person? Why do these people say these things? Why do you find yourself getting so angry when people tell you that Jesus loves you? That God is real? Why does that bother you? Life is spiritual, whether you feel like it is or not. There's something bigger, and I don't know. I know I'm not alone in seeing this in the healthcare field. You guys, people know when they're gonna die. They know. Your spirit knows. I just pray that you guys get the real answer and know the truth.
Thanks, lady. Appreciate it. You can definitely tell she cares. It's Kirsty Robb with 3 B's if you want to follow her on TikTok. If you're on TikTok, Patriots quarterback Drake May refused to wear the rainbow. Let's see here. Says this is AI. Great. So, well, good. That is one thing X has been good at, is they're busting the AI stuff pretty quick, the fake videos. Humanoid robots get brains as dual-use fears mount. Chinese humanoid robotics firms are laser-focused on advancing robot brains for next-generation platforms already entering series production and headed to factory floors this year. Once these intelligent models push beyond scripted video stunts into real-world autonomy, the systems become battlefield-ready dual-use bots. The Shanghai Morning Post reports that China-based robotics firm Dobot has developed Dobot VLA, a vision language action model that allows its full-sized humanoid Atom robot to see through clusters of tasks, understand ambiguous instructions, and make autonomous decisions to get the job done. That's crazy. So again, these are the robots that'll be hunting people down, during the trip, I believe, when I see stuff like this. It's wild. So yeah, once again, just the inversion of it all. Robots becoming more human, humans becoming more like robots. It's crazy. Satan's little schemes. The Netherlands forms a new government with a Homo Indonesian as the prime minister and a Turkish woman as the vice prime minister. Says Europe is doomed, is what they say. Well, there you go. There's more of that happening. Certain types of folks getting placed into positions of power, prominence, and authority. A man with severe schizophrenia was recording his... Okay, this one's pretty wild. Check this out. A man with severe schizophrenia was recording his surroundings one night while talking to what he believed were his hallucinations, trying to document the strange things he often experienced. Suddenly, though, the curtains near the door started moving on their own, slowly swaying like someone was standing behind them. There was nobody back there. So check out, and this is really just so interesting because many people do draw comparisons between schizophrenia and demonic oppression. I had a cousin passed away several years ago. We were close, though. He even moved out to L.A. when I was out there, hung out for several years. And but he suffered paranoid schizophrenia. They had him on medicine. He didn't take it. We would have good talks. He would tell me sometimes the things he would see. And so I didn't know much about it back then. I always prayed for him, and I was always there for him. But, it's definitely something else. But anyway, just imagine that. Here's evidence that, here's an evidence of that connection between demonic activity and schizophrenia. So see what you think about this.
No.
He's talking to the things he sees.
Quit it. Stop bringing that up. Stop saying that. You always wait till now to say that. Whoa. Alexa, light on.
I guess that's a technique. Whoa. There you go. Now, is it real? See if we find any obvious...
You always say the same thing.
Stuff here. Grok's pretty good about pointing out the AI videos. Sometimes we got to do it, man. It's, it's life in 2026. Oh, yeah, Dr. Gary Nolan. Let's see. Yeah, looks good. Looks good. All right, cool. Looks good. Probably legit, but that's a good one. 1 million views, no less. Wow. But yeah, that makes me wonder. Makes me think back to my cousin. School was created to give us a completely false sense of reality, and I always love seeing the young people figuring a lot of this stuff out and putting it out there. See what this guy has to say.
School was created to give us a completely false sense of reality. They taught us to judge people's intelligence off of their ability to regurgitate the nonsense that they taught us in school. The 9 to 5 was created so that we don't have time to question the entire system. They give us just enough to buy food, clothing, and shelter, but never enough to have full control over our time. It was all created to keep us disconnected from nature and living in a state of fight or flight as we feed our energy into the system. It's all a scam, and everyone knows it deep down. School was created...
Isn't that great? That's an excellent summary. Well stated. Well stated. Well stated, young man. Says, I've made ads for Super Bowl before, spent millions to make them and air them during the big game. But this is the one that made the most impact. 0 media dollars, 40 million views because it speaks truth. Let's see what this means.
Are in hot water over their transphobic comments, and I just gotta say, who cares if biological males play in women's sports? Just Riley Gaines and Sia Lihilihi are in hot water over their transphobic comments, and I just gotta say, who cares if biological males play in women's sports? Just be inclusive.
Sorry.
Say, who cares if biological males
I'm looking for something.
are in hot water over their...
Oh, okay. I thought it was a 9/11 for a second. I was wrong. All right, my bad. I have to look.
I just gotta say, who cares if biological males play in women's sports? Just be inclusive.
Could not agree more. This is just a bunch of fear-mongering from right-wing bigots.
I'm just gonna say it, she's a bigot.
She's been a massive distraction from her team with her hate-filled rhetoric. Sia is not inclusive. And males invading women's sports isn't even a problem, as far as I'm concerned.
These female athletes just need to work harder.
And not blame others for their lack of success.
Transphobe.
As the captain, Sia is very much responsible for these boycotts, which have cost her team a playoff bid.
Guess we'll see how Sia handles all that pressure tonight.
Whoa. What do you think? What do you think about that commercial? This is pretty funny. Excuse me, Cardi B trying to act sexy with a robot, and then this happens.
Get away from my man. Remember that there.
Oh my god. Hi, Cardi.
So corny. Yuck. She's always been kind of weird. Most of those people on the top of the charts these days, the last couple decades, are weird. Savannah Guthrie viciously attacked Trump. Let's check this out. Everything you need to know about Savannah Guthrie's missing mom, it says. And this is Savannah Guthrie with Trump, I guess.
this theory that Democrats are a satanic pedophile ring and that you are the savior of that. Now, can you just once and for all state that that is completely not true and that disavow QAnon in its entirety?
I know nothing about QAnon.
I just told you.
I know very little. You told me, but what you tell me doesn't necessarily make it fact. I hate to say that. I know nothing about it. I do know they are very much against pedophilia. They fight it very hard, but I know nothing about it.
They believe it is a satanic cult run by the deep
study the
state.
subject. I'll tell you what I do know about. I know about Antifa, and I know about the radical left, and I know how violent they are and how vicious they are, and I know how they're burning down cities run by Democrats, not run by
Republican
Republicans.
Senator Ben Sass said, quote, QAnon is nuts, and real leaders call conspiracy theories conspiracy theories.
He may be
Why
right.
not just say it's
Can I be
crazy and
honest?
not true?
He may be right. I just don't know about QAnon.
You do know.
I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't know.
Let me
tell
ask you
all
another
about
thing.
it. Let's waste a whole show. You start off with white supremacy, I denounce it. You start off with something else. Let's go. Keep asking me these questions.
I do have one more in this vein.
Let me just tell you, what I do hear about it is they are very strongly against pedophilia. And I agree with that. I mean, I do agree with that, and I agree
But
with
there's
it
not
very
a
strongly.
satanic pedophile cult
no
being run
idea.
by.
I know
You
nothing
don't
about
know
that.
Okay.
No, I don't know
You
that.
just
and
this
neither
week.
do you know that.
Okay, just this week you
Why aren't
retweeted.
you asking me about
He's on the tip of the
Antifa?
pentagram.
Why aren't you asking me
'Cause you
about
just-
the radical left?
'cause you're
Why aren't
volunteering
you
it.
asking Joe Biden questions about why doesn't he condemn Antifa? Why does he say it doesn't exist?
Because you're here before.
Back in 2024 during the election, she was attacking him left and right. I mean, talking to a former president of the United States at that time and future president of the United States. She knew that Biden and Kamala weren't going to, and she asked Biden the most softball question. This is the same apparatus, the same woke media that said Biden was sharp as a tack, that elevated the biggest fool to ever run for anything in political history in Kamala Harris. And what does Trump do? He came to the rescue. He put all that aside. That's the same guy that you call a Nazi. That's the same guy that you, and I think that's her sister.
All right.
Sister as well. Put out, and then the brother just put out another video saying that they want actual proof that their mother is still alive. I guess assuming that that's the only way they're going to entertain any kind of ransom or demand or what have you, even though a lot of these ransom and demands have proven to be debunked and fake and fraudulent. I mean, it's just.
That's one. I hope if it's a fake, that obviously that it's exposed. It's be crazy if it goes back on the daughter, right? We'll see. But just to show you a little bit of the history of that lady, this San Joaquin County Sheriff's captain alleges that Stannies who've never been in the U.S. are voting in California elections right now.
The way the voting system is structured, we see quite a few flaws. You're able to register even if and cast a vote if you don't live in the country, as evident of his brother in Pakistan. I think we have some evidence of 2 or 3 other people out of the country that voted. Is that correct?
Yeah, approximately 2 or 3 other people out of the country, as well as people residing outside of the district.
Okay. The online voter registration system, it seems to be an honor system. Anybody can put information in there to register to vote. All you have to do is click a box and say that you're not lying, and then you'll get an email from the Secretary of State or something in the mail saying, thank you for registering to vote. And there you are. Once you're on the voter rolls, anytime an election comes around, guess what? You get mailed a ballot, right? You get mailed something to vote. So we found that a little bit problematic. The way the voting system is structured.
You think? Yeah, they need to fix that ASAP, right? So yeah, just let us know you're not a liar, and yeah, welcome to voting in America. Okay.
Why is
the files confirm Monarch never ended. Yeah, we know that.
The monarch butterfly is the international symbol for trauma-based mind control. Victims tend to identify with the monarch butterfly. For this reason, the deliberate creation of programmed alter identities is known as monarch programming. Once aware, one will begin to notice butterfly symbolism at an alarming frequency in popular media and culture. Originally, only old occult families possessed the ability to completely dissociate and create multiples. Elite families to this day breed with other such families who have also been into ritual child abuse. This is where secret societies and occult groups come in. Organizations which have, throughout generations, not only curated and cultivated this secret knowledge, but facilitated its practice. These families are multi-generational Satanist. The monarch butterfly.
All right. Well stated, sir. Certainly. I mean, that was one of those things back around 2012-ish, 2011 on YouTube. There were so many channels that were exposing that kind of stuff, man. It's just really, as you know, it's changed, but it's just wild to look back sometimes on those days. And, you know, it was like the Wild West, you know, at one point. Samantha Guthrie was in the files. Oh, boy. Hey, boy. And we saw her with the little interview with Trump where they put him on the point of the pentagram and, you know, burned him at the stake.
What's not being reported right now is the fact that Savannah Guthrie is in the Epstein files. And what's also not being reported is the fact that she was the first mainstream TV journalist to interview a survivor of Epstein. Let me be clear that this is speculation, but based on observable patterns. So this is a theory that I'm working on right now. NBC executives knew in 2015 that if they actually released Savannah Guthrie's Dateline documentary on the survivors of Epstein called Reckoning, that there would be litigation and political fallout, and very specifically with Prince Andrew, who many of these allegations came from the, I would say, the most recognizable survivor of the Epstein crimes, who is Virginia Giuffres. And I want you to understand that Savannah gave a voice to Virginia so that she could actually make these allegations that were reaching into the highest levels of power. And this is where I really start to speculate. When we start to look at the psychology of a kidnapping, you can have someone who's focused on money and trying to extort resources out of a family or out of a woman like Nancy, or they could be targeting something different. The targeting could be strategic, symbolic, tactical, almost like someone's trying to reach an audience and get attention. And I could start to observe this pattern when I see that there was a ransom note with an active, valid Bitcoin account that was sent to multiple media agencies, as well as the family being harassed with menacing letters, specifically to Savannah. What if what we're witnessing right now isn't just an abduction, but it is a psychological weapon that is being used? What if in some way this is a type of institutional retaliation against someone who helped speak out? Remember I told you she was in the Epstein files. It very clearly shows that Savannah wasn't liked for sharing the voices of Epstein survivors. So was this a lone actor that just had an ideological fixation? Maybe a perpetrator that decided to kidnap Nancy to try to hurt the family or gain money and gain notoriety. Is this a coordinated campaign against media? I want to remind you, there was another very vocal individual who spoke out against Epstein. His name was Charlie Kirk.
All right. Thanks, lady, for the report. As always, folks, you decide. I always show, like I said, it's always a collection of clips, different people, thoughts, perspectives, ideas. So that's why, you know, it's not like we sign off or I sign off on absolutely everything is the ultimate truth. I don't. You know, we're exploring all this stuff together. But, you know, you got to use your own logic, reason, common sense, critical thinking, and spiritual discernment. You know, use the Holy Spirit. I know you got to put some work in, but we got to. These are the most deceptive times on earth ever, if you think about it. It's crazy. So, yeah. So small business owners in Minnesota are not happy after they're left with almost no staff since the ICE deportations. Womp, womp, womp.
Our businesses are short-staffed, short-changed, and overextended. We're providing mutual aid at the expense of our own stability, our own families, our own paychecks, and our own futures. My co-founder and I stopped by a restaurant on our street and ended up filling to-go orders for them because more than 50% of his staff is gone, afraid to come to work for fear of being taken by ICE, even as U.S. citizens, even with work permits, even with the right paperwork. My friend Jason from Hikari Hand Rolls lost thousands when fresh bluefin tuna was delivered and sat outside for 2 days while his building remained closed as ICE invaded Nicollet. The cost of supplies continues to rise while he's lost 80% of revenue in the last month.
This is an example of lawlessness. You know, these people are standing up for lawlessness, right? Out of their own need, their own greed. Lawlessness. Conservatives are now calling for the mass protests outside home and offices of this Texas Democrat, Gene Wu, because of this statement. You could call him if you want.
I always tell people the day the Latino, African American, Asian, and other communities realize that they share the same oppressor is the day we start winning. Because we are the majority in this country now. We have the ability to take over this country and to do what is needed for everyone and to make things fair. But the problem is our communities are divided. They're completely divided. And I talk about this, I always tell people the day.
It's pretty freaky, man. Like calling for a revolution. Not good. Not good. Yeah, calling for insurrection for real. It's crazy. There you go. But give them a call if you want. Call the office at least. Say you're not being nice. Then hang up or something. I don't know. Ron Newt was offered $200,000 to lie about his children being touched by Michael Jackson.
That ain't what we want with you. We heard. I said, what I'm here for? I said, I'm here to help Michael. Oh, he said, oh no, we don't. That ain't what we want with you. We heard it that your boy spent nights at the house. We want to know if Michael tampered with him. I just picked him up or touched him in any kind of way. If he did, we got $200,000 for you. I said, huh? I had just got out of prison. I said, man, I can't do that. Can't tell no lie like that. I ain't doing that. He said, you so what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna draw a check up, a contract up, and I'm gonna show you. We're finna give you $200,000.
So they want to pay you $200,000 to say that Michael Jackson molested your kids.
Yeah, just touched him or whatever, man. Right. That's touched him or anything.
What would you have done if you found out that Michael Jackson molested your kids?
What you think I would have done, man? I'm a gangster. Come on, man. Right. Ain't been a problem. Come on.
Right. Well, you told me back when we met up years ago that if that would have happened, you would have killed Michael Jackson.
If he'd have touched my kids?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah. But I love Mike, and I know Mike didn't do that, so he didn't have no problem worried about me.
Exactly. Right. But and I remember you had shown me a picture a while back.
Right.
It was your son at Michael Jackson's house wearing his underwear, but that was a personal picture that you took.
I took that picture. They just got out of the swimming pool.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
took that picture.
But they wanted to use that picture as evidence against Michael Jackson.
Right. Yes, they did. Yeah.
Okay, but you weren't going
for that now.
Okay, and Michael Jackson ended up winning the case.
Yes. And matter of fact, I was on my way down to help him win the case when I got a phone call from Messenger and said, "Oh, we don't need you."
There you go. Interesting, man. Michael Jackson's such an interesting rabbit hole. Good and bad. I see a lot of different sides to him. The one thing that stands out is something I'd captured long ago. I shown in some videos. I can't remember the name of the music video I found it in. It was maybe it was the gangster one where he's dressed up like a gangster and they're dancing inside a club. But there's a moment where he's up on a stage. Yeah, he's like a gangster, and there's a whole, 12 people behind him. They're all dancing. And then the camera pushes in, and he slowly tilts his head up. He's wearing a fedora. And for maybe 2-3 seconds, you get to see his eyes before it switches to a new angle. And they look like gray alien eyes. They're huge, and they're black. Do you guys remember that? I showed you that long ago, a few times. So, I've got that thing in my head every time I think about Michael Jackson also. But when did the switch happen, is the other thing. So a woman goes through a drive-thru to get some coffee. She's having a bad day with a recent loss of her husband. And then this happens. At Dutch Brothers coffee shop We have one in my city.
Someone took the picture yesterday at this Dutch Bros on 138th Avenue, and just as they are now, they were very busy at the time. The baristas were trying to get everyone served fast, but the moment they realized that a woman in line was very distraught, they stopped everything to take care of her.
Strawberry Raspberry Rebel, medium ice vanilla mocha.
Yeah. When Pierce Dunn and Evan Freeman got hired at Dutch Bros, they learned how to make coffee, mochas, smoothies, and a half decaf no whip caramelizer with soy milk.
Vanilla mocha!
But they were also taught to connect with customers. And yesterday, that connection turned into some much needed comfort. Their coworker noticed that a woman pulling up to the window was in tears.
And she was like, no, she's just having a really bad day. Her husband passed. And as soon as she said that, I was like, there's nothing more you need to say. We got this. We're going to do what we do every time we get someone who's in pain or hurt. We're going to give them our love.
The guys offered her a free drink, and then it just kind of happened. They all grabbed her hand, bowed their heads, and together they said a prayer.
So basically, I just said, like, you know, I want her to, you know, have peace over the situation, you know, like help the mourning of her and her family.
They had no idea, but a customer in the next car back snapped this picture. She posted it on Facebook, and along with thousands of likes, it even surprised owner Jessica Chudik.
I just said, oh, that's great. You know, I love that our company does that and that, you know, we can show love out the window that way. And then I started studying a little more, and I said, wait, that's Evan and Pierce. That's my stand. Those are my kids. So I was just, brought me to tears right then.
When I saw the picture, for me, it was just like, oh, this is a normal day at work. Like, we're doing what we do every day.
Evan and Pierce say the woman was so grateful to them for taking her hand and taking the time. They had no intention of this moment going viral, but say maybe it will inspire someone else.
If every single person was just did like an act of kindness or just had a smile on their face every single day, like the world would be a completely different place.
Beautiful. Isn't that nice to see? It's always a good reminder. You know, there's still good people out there you run into just out in public. Truck driver who said she got her CDL 2 months ago has no idea where her lights are. So guys, really, unfortunately, there's still this kind of stuff. We're still dealing with the repercussions from some of the so-called blue states and their CDL shenanigans, just handing them out to newcomers. Hey, here you go. All right, get out there and be a juggernaut on the highways. You know, be a torpedo. Said she'd been driving all day with no lights. Not from America. Has no idea what she's doing. This is so dangerous, man. So dangerous.
Listen, your trailer lights is off.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. I can't. I don't know where the lights are.
Say it again.
I don't know where the lights are.
You don't know where the lights is at?
Yeah?
How long you had your CDL?
For 2 months now.
And you don't know where your lights is at?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. I can't.
But you driving in the dark.
I'm trying to find it. I can't find it.
Listen, and you can't be driving in the dark though. That's crazy.
Yeah, I know. But I can't find it. I can't find it.
Do you really got a CDL?
Yeah.
Listen, I ain't trying to be rude or nothing, but you gonna cause an accident.
I know. I'm trying. I'm trying to find where the lights are.
So you don't know where your lights is at. So you drove all day with no lights.
I'm trying.
So, listen. Let me see your CDL. Never mind, you probably don't got it. You don't got it. I said your CDL, what's that? Never mind, listen, never mind. I don't think you should be driving though. That's not your CDL, you know what CDL is?
Yeah, I know.
Let me see your CDL again. And you just gave it to me, where'd it go? This, how long you had this CDL for?
2 months.
2 months?
Yeah.
You from here?
No.
You from America?
No.
All right, here, take your CDL back. You good. Listen, I'm just letting you know, I don't think you should be driving. But I'm gonna let you go though.
What? I'm going to let you go, though. I would have called the cops. Man, that's so dangerous. I'm going to go and let you go, man. Like, what? No, man. At least get up there and help her turn the lights on or something, right? Maybe he didn't know how. I don't know. Look at this. Here's crazy footage. So this is in Spain, and they're still just full on, like the borders in America under the so-called Biden administration, just full on open door. Come on in. And this is it. Here's some footage of their beaches. And we've seen this before, even when there's people out on the beach, Spaniards, people from Spain on the beach. And suddenly these boats pull up and all these dudes just come on in. Says it's under invasion following announcement of giving 500,000 illegals documents now. So they no longer have any borders in Spain. That melting into everything, that one world system forming, right? More and more. Biblical one world system. Come on in, boys. Got you a nice hotel. Got you some money cards here. You see something you like, take it. You got people in the courts who'll help you out. Yeah. Yep, welcome to the country, boys. It's all young fighting age males. Come on in, boys. Hey, we're going to go back and pick up some more. Be back in a couple days. Welcome to the country, boys. There you go. It's insane, isn't it? It is. So our home is in heaven. Our future home's in heaven. That's our future. You know, that's what we have, because there's no long-term future in this system as we understand prophetically what's playing out. You know, so trust in Christ, lean into Jesus. If you haven't accepted that gift of salvation, please do. Free gift of salvation. This is Christy Nome talking about some of the stuff out in Minneapolis. Let's check some of this out.
Well, we have a national targeting center that identifies those who've committed crimes. So they've done something in this country or in their home country that has been criminal charges against them, or they've been convicted. Many times these individuals are in jails or prisons in some of our states already that we just want those local law enforcement officers to turn over to us. For example, one of the things we've asked Governor Walz for and Mayor Fry is to give us just the criminals you have in jail. They've released 490 murderers and rapists and drug traffickers onto their streets rather than just give them to us. And that's what I don't understand.
Well, you know, some of them, though, have multiple names.
Yes.
It was a big problem. And if you come in illegally, you don't necessarily have a Social Security card, you don't have a passport, there's no database back in your home country because it's a country we're not friendly with.
Yeah, or they've lied on their paperwork to come in, and then they've overstayed and not shown up for their immigration court hearings. They've been notified, and then they've run into DUIs, other incidences. So what we're doing is targeting those who have committed criminal acts. But if we show up and we're going after a TDA member in an apartment, and they're in an apartment with 12 other people, we're going to ask those other people who they are, what their identity is, just like we would any other law enforcement operation. I think that's what people don't know, is that we're doing the same thing that law enforcement has done for years under this administration, the Biden administration, all of them. We haven't changed what we do in these types of situations. We ask everyone there who they are and why they're affiliated and surrounded by these criminals.
All right, there you go. Keep pushing, keep doing it. Working for the American people. So they say. Something major is coming and people are getting ready. From a Homestead Journey clips. She always has a lot of good clips. This one has good clips, I tell you. Yeah, let's run some of these.
People are really trying to warn each other to prepare for what is coming. You see all kinds of videos coming out about it right now. People have this feeling like something really bad is going to happen, and it seems almost crazy to think that in a way, because it's like, well, what day does not something really bad happen? but they feel like something bigger is lining up, and their message is clear. They are really warning people to prepare for what is ahead.
So I'm not going to lie. Yesterday, last night, I felt completely defeated. Just because they're so open about what's happening, and it's happening at such a fast rate. I've been trying to warn you for a long time now. You don't want to listen. I'm telling you right now, you better prepare your family and your circle for what's coming. Don't comply. They're going to be coming to everyone's doorstep. You're not going to be able to hide from this. You're not going to be able to move from this. It's going to hit every single corner of this earth. I hope you're all having a good day. Please take care of yourselves.
It's about to get real. Now, I don't know what preparedness means to some of you, but baby, you better go ahead and get prepared. And if you're waiting for the news to tell you, oh, well, you need to run out, you need to get this, it's too late.
Hi, I don't know what you've been doing. If you've been collecting supplies, water, extra container of Band-Aids, Neosporin, or you have upped it to maybe even getting a backup power generator. But if I were you, I would get into high gear. Things are not good right now. They're going to get worse. And you need to have something to fall back on. If you listen to no other videos that I've made, listen to this one.
I don't know if everybody is paying attention, but times are getting really hard. I've had a lot of friends that had good jobs for years being laid off. I've had people hit me up and asking to use me as recommendations and referrals and seeing if I could put them on things. And I'm just paying attention to the climate out here, and it's getting pretty rocky. I've also had numerous friends tell me how hard it is to get a job right now. It's a lot of interviews. People are going through the interview process and going to 2, 3, 4 rounds of interviewing and still not getting called back. I know people that's putting in 30, 40 applications a day, and they've been doing that for over 30 days. Still not getting anything substantial called back. So I'm like, I don't know if everybody's aware of how bad things are and how bad things are going to get. We're also like on the verge of going to war. There's countries in war right now. And I think because of so much distractions in the media and in like social media and entertainment and people keeping up with all this bullshit online, people are really numb to what's going on outside. But I say all that to say, a storm is coming, and some people have already felt it, but it's nothing like what it's going to feel like when it really hits. All y'all that's buying jewelry, getting new cars, just adding to y'all motherfucking expenses and y'all workload and y'all overhead. I really hope you've taken in consideration that what you're making now might not be what you'll be making in a few months to a year. So you might need to recalculate some of these things before you keep taking on new burdens. Yeah, good luck.
Number of preppers in this country has more than doubled. We'll find an empty bag in your house. Any kind of bag, preferably a backpack. If you don't have an extra backpack, find a reusable bag. Tens of millions of people now identify as preppers, and now is a really stupid time to start calling these people naysayers.
I think staying prepared for anything at whatever point in time is just something that everybody should do. You don't have to think about having a bunker or think about like doomsday prepping or anything like that. It just means basic things, start with where you are.
All right, I'll go ahead and move on. You can check out her channel, though, Homestead Journey. If you like, she has a lot of good advice on stuff like that. If you want to check her out sometime. She always has good clips. A few years back, somebody shared a clip from a Bad Bunny concert where the backing track cut out, but he kept singing with earplugs in. And people checked Grok on this one, and it was real. So this actually happened, and this is what it sounded like for the audience when the music failed. So this is him without the auto tune.
Es que no lo nada porque no lo mate. Hola, hola,
Yeah, he had earplugs in. Yeah, so there you go. Enjoy. Hope you enjoyed that. That was our musical break for the day. It says, how can you be afraid of the created instead being more afraid of the creator? All right, check this out from this young man.
People are more afraid of Satan.
Huh? Afraid of who?
Satan.
Why?
Because he's the one that's so evil and bad. And
How can you be afraid of the created instead of being more afraid of the creator? How? How? Yes, Satan is evil. He hate God. He know he can't do nothing to God. So what did he go after? He go after God's own heart. Us. Because God created us in his image and in his likeness. He loves us. Has no desire for no one to go to hell. That's not his will. He didn't create hell for us. He created hell for the devil and his bastard imps. But if you don't want to be with him, where else you gonna go? He's not gonna force you to come in his house and you don't want to. Yeah, God judges with love. People say, oh, that's evil. No, it ain't. He love you. How he gonna force you to come live in his house when you want to go live in Satan's house? And you prove that you want to go live in Satan's house because this is how you live your life on the earth. So I ain't gonna make you go live with me. I love you. So this is what you want to do? I know I ain't gonna never see you again. I love you enough to let you go.
wow.
God loves people enough to let them go. We have a choice.
Yep. Isn't that something? It's all down to the free will. You get to choose. It's devastating. It's beautiful and it's devastating. World Fair, Super Bowl, question mark. See what this young man discovered.
The Super Bowl. It's the same thing on repeat. See the building right there? Same thing. Also, it's interesting that the NFL wasn't paying any taxes for the last 100 years, that they made money off the people. And someone's going to ask why? Well, Bill Cooper will explain how it's the Roman circus. On repeat.
One player on one team, $6 million a year. Can you believe this?
And why is that?
It's the Roman circus. What does the emperor do when the people become restive, and when the people are asking questions, and when the people don't like the policies of the emperor? He sends them to the circus. He creates a circus. He builds a giant coliseum. And he begins to throw the Christians to the lions. And he has great chariot races and football games and basketball games, all to keep the idiots preoccupied with things that don't mean anything in the scheme of the entire world, so that they don't have the time to learn what the truth is, so they don't ever get smart enough to learn how they're being manipulated, so they don't ever question the emperor. That's why they pay a player on a football team or a baseball team $1 million or $2 million or $3 million a year. It is the Roman circus. I know men who don't know anything in the world except who plays third base for the Mets. And they think that's a great accomplishment. And they meet and pat each other on the back and bond and go have cocktails and talk about what this guy that plays third base for the Mets did in last night's game.
Man, love it. So true. Yo, Bill Cooper's great. We can all relate. We can all relate. Ain't that the truth? Sad truth. But that's the way the system's set up. We do our best to break that system. Random Americans have begun to siphon away the paid anti-ICE protesters' goods in Minnesota, pretending that they're anti-ICE, but then enjoying the snacks and leaving. So yeah, I guess a lot of these anti-ICE groups, of course, they have a lot of financial backing, and they have these little things set up where it's just all free snacks and drinks and whatever you need items, for the protesters out there. And now these people are starting to realize anybody can walk up there and just take this stuff. So they are.
How's it going?
Anything? I got hot chocolate hand warmers, hot coffee, tea.
Thank you so much.
I'm gonna warn you with those, the fruit snacks, keep them in your pocket for a little while, they're very hard.
Oh, they need to warm up.
Yeah, a little bit. I got hand warmers though down here.
Ooh, perfect. Thank you, yeah.
Actually, no, I think those are foot warmers. Those are hand warmers.
Okay, awesome. This one, got the face mask.
Face masks, of course.
Awesome. Feel ready to go now. We'll go rally. Shit. Just to piss him off. Just to piss him off.
Drive by with your Trump
Just
flag.
to piss him off. Oh God, I'm such a bitch. I'm such a bitch. I needed them. I wanted cookies. Where's the cookies?
Joker. Sounds like the Joker. All right, there we go, sir. This is being a little bit of a trickster. Tamira Mensa Stock is the perfect model of how Olympic athletes should represent America on the world stage, this gentleman says. This is what this young lady said. She's one of the Olympians out there for us. She's cute. That's great. Good stuff. Good stuff, lady. All snuggled up in the flag. That's beautiful. I know. Well, some people are like, "Oh, it's just, it's just, but I don't know. And I'm still an American boy, and I, work. It was the Coast Guard, but I was active duty 8 years, so I served, and I've always had a little. Plus, I'm from the Midwest, so I've always had a little bit of that. USA, a little bit of that. You got to have some of it, right? Someone recorded the crowd during Bad Bunny's Super Bowl halftime show, and 70,000 people in attendance. You can see a few actually enjoying the music, it says. So I think this one went pretty viral this week. A lot of people have probably seen this one. Turn the music down. The rest of the people are looking like, what is this? What are we witnessing? Sad, man, right? And that could be such a platform for just any other artist, out there that could really bring the crowd together. They've had them before. They've had some really big. What happened is Jay-Z took over the halftime show, I think 5 or 6 years ago. They made a deal with Rock Nation or whatever. So now Jay-Z's the one that's been putting all these. That's why last year we had another one that was one of the worst I'd ever seen. What's that dude's name? He was just rapping. He's like, some of it was like baby talk. Weird stuff, man. This was all, gangster ghetto stuff from all these millionaires. I mean, come on, guys. You're right. And then this year you got this stuff happening, and people are like, what is this? What's going on? That's why. It's like Jay-Z has got his sweaty little fingers in it. Sweaty, fat little fingers. Robot carved architectural elements and sculpture. What do you think of this? Yeah, this is pretty crazy what the printers are doing now.
I just saw this video of a robot carving this ancient Greek-looking column. And I looked at this page, and it's all these robots carving these classical-looking architectural or sculptural pieces. And this hit me so badly. And I'll tell you why. I just read John Ruskin's Stone's Venice, and he explains this perfectly. The nobility, the beauty, and the greatness of a building is in large part due to the humans who make it. The imperfection, the nuances, the random inspiration, and it is in some cases, the lack of skill and the lack of perfection that imbues a building, for example, a Gothic cathedral, with that nobility. Ruskin even says that the more perfect a building is, the less noble because it shows that the man has become not an artist, but a machine. And so when I see here robots taking the role of a man entirely, man is not even given the base job of being a human tool. And so to me, this is as bad as when we look at people like Jeff Koons and Damien Hirst leaving the execution of their artwork to a massive team of people. That's actually one level better than this. A mere aesthetic, a nice classical looking column, it's something that is actually dead on arrival. If the ancients, the Egyptians, the Romans, the Greeks could do this stuff, we can too. It's not a question of can we do this, it's a question of do we want to.
All right, thanks, lady. She's philosophical type. It's good stuff. The War on Beauty. Yeah, that's it.
I just saw this video of a
That's the name of her X page, The War on Beauty. It says, if this is accurate, it makes sense as we are paying close attention now. So check this out from this young man.
Super Bowl. Okay, so my post about translating Bad Bunny's song so that you know what you're listening to at the Super Bowl went viral. I didn't expect that, but since we're at it, let's translate another song. This one is called Vatican, and this is a clip from that music video, so you know where that's going. He spelled Vatican with a B for some reason, but here we go, let's start up there. Perhaps my music isn't clean, but I didn't invent sex and marijuana wanna. A, where is the horny one? Raise your hands. A grinding, and we go. To the Vatican, call your mom to ask for your hand. A. I was in hell when I stumbled upon a she-demon. She was selling her soul, and I bought it. She was yummy, but her friend was even yummier. Let's go, the three of us. Let's go, the three of us, yes. Where are we? I don't know. Who are you? I don't know. God forgive me. Not the best Christian out there, but back in the day, they used to call that blasphemy. And honestly, in my opinion, it's plain disrespectful. So there you have it. That's another Bad Bunny song so that you know what you're listening to. Our mouths, even if it's in another language and we don't understand it, because you could be singing and selling your soul to the devil and you don't even know it.
All right, thanks, lady. I always like those kinds of exposés. Angie Sparkle 21, I believe, is her handle. Thanks, Miss Sparkle. Nice to meet you. It says, why did this reporter say Savannah Guthrie and her extended family are legion? Indeed, this is very interesting phrasing. So they're talking about missing mommy.
Right now, of course, Savannah and her family are in unspeakable, unfathomable pain. We know in the U.S. that her extended family is legion. Savannah, my friend, it's the same way here.
Did y'all see that? That was weird, right? Why'd she say that word?
Let's watch it again, one more time.
Right now, of course, Savannah and her family are in unspeakable, unfathomable pain. We know in the U.S. that her extended family is legion. Savannah, my friend, it's the same way here.
Did y'all see that? That was weird, right?
I think so too, I do. Yeah, I think it's kind of weird. Or legion. And we know that her and her family are in a lot of pain, and we know that her extended family are legion. No Super Bowl ad will ever beat this alternate. He gets us banger. Let's check this out.
Don't ask.
Good stuff. Pretty powerful, I'd say. ICE urges Newsom not to release 33,179 criminal illegal immigrants into communities. ICE and the DHS have requested the state of California and Governor Gruesome Newsom not to release over 33,000 criminal illegal immigrants with ICE detainers back into the streets. Excuse me. ICE stated this on the 6th. ICE detainers requested or I'm sorry, a request to state, local, or federal law enforcement to notify ICE before releasing a removable immigrant. California's failure to honor ICE detainers has resulted in the release of over 4,500 criminal illegal immigrants since January 20th. Oh boy. So there's that. Gruesome Newsom. Man, like I said, they're beyond. It's like, well, these guys are dumb. It's like, no, it's like, it's more nefarious. They're doing this stuff on purpose. You know, it's like, bring the chaos. You know, they don't care anymore. It's no more about meeting halfway and, hey, let's shake hands on this one. No, man, times are different now. And we see it. We see it. These people are becoming vicious and cruel to their citizenry and all that. A woman in the UK just received a threatening letter letting her know that she's under investigation. And I'll let her explain. The UK going crazy out there. Cray cray in the UK.
This is what is happening in the UK right now, and it is so embarrassing. A visit is being authorized to my address because of this. I received this letter and it's rather threatening. It says, an investigation into your property has now begun. Oh, what could it be? What have I done? What have I done? A court appearance could cost you over £1,000. A visit to your property is being authorized. This is because I don't have a TV license. I haven't paid them a TV license. They send threatening letters after threatening letters to say that we need to pay towards this TV license. And to be honest, do you know what I think about that? I don't think about it. And the fact that they send these threatening letters saying you've ignored us once, we're coming round to visit your house. It legitimately says, ignoring this letter could cost you a lot more than the license fee. Also says, £1,000 fine. Okay, do it.
All right, there you go. Yeah, right? It's like just what they're doing to the citizens is crazy out there. And every week it's something new, you know? It's like this isn't slowing down. Says, here's that Ring Super Bowl commercial. So here's this new Ring Super Bowl commercial lots of people have been talking about.
This is Milo. Pets are family. But every year, 10 million go missing. And the way we look for them hasn't changed in years. Until now. One post of a dog's photo in the Ring app starts outdoor cameras looking for a match. Search Party from Ring uses AI to help families find lost
That's
dogs.
not cool.
Since launch, more than a dog a day has been reunited with their family. Be a hero in your neighborhood with Search Party. Available to everyone for free right now. Join the neighborhood at ring.com. This is Milo. Pets are family.
Where they make that out like it's some great thing. Cool. Look at the surveillance. You know, we have the capabilities to use and excuse me, and sell. This is Michaela Peterson, Jordan Peterson's daughter, and is talking about what's been happening with her family. Your dad has definitely been under all kinds of strange attacks, if you will, physical issues.
I don't know. A lot of me thinks there's a huge spiritual element at play with like Dennis Prager being paralyzed and then Charlie Kirk. So I know that was a bit disjointed and everything. And I think mold is at the bottom of our like autoimmunity and psych issues that we've been dealing with for like, you know, my entire life. But I think there's a large spiritual element at play too.
Wow.
I think a lot of people have been feeling that, in the last number of months.
I mean, that's an extraordinary thing you've just said. When you believe, what spiritual thing do you think could be going on?
Honestly, and I would have just scoffed at myself years ago for saying this, but there's this resurgence of Christianity. I don't know if you thought this was where we were going with this talk, but there's been this huge resurgence of Christianity in America. And I think, and I believe that, you know, and so I think there's a demonic element at play that's hitting people, to be perfectly blunt. Now, I also think mold is what's making us sick, but I don't know, something's going on in the world now, and I think a lot of people can feel it.
You genuinely think this is the work of the devil?
You know what? It's too coincidental to not be. You know, I think it was C.S. Lewis that talked about synchronicities, and that's how you can kind of identify God by like too many coincidences. But throughout my entire life, I have seen that. But this summer has been brutal. Like, what are the chances of my dad being hospitalized and then my newborn being hospitalized for turning blue? It's not like I just randomly brought her to the hospital within a 3-hour time period randomly. Like, it's been too much. So that's where I'm at now, which is why I went on YouTube and asked for prayers. It's that because there's been no like definitive diagnosis other than SIRS, which is a legitimate problem and disease, but dad is getting hit so hard. And then with everything that could go wrong has gone wrong, although things seem to be turning around now. But
Okay, yeah, she's great. I subbed to her over on BitChute, and I don't know if she's on YouTube. She might be.
Already in the word, we already in the word, we already in the book, like, you know, so we instantly look.
Star football player turned rapper saw these evil demons after he performed. CJ's story. Let me see if I was on it or not. Jump around some. It's an hour long. It's on Touching the Afterlife YouTube channel.
And mind you, we don't really share. We he would talk about God, but like I wouldn't be able to share nothing back with him. Like he would be able to just speak about God, and I just listen. Like, dang, but that's deep. Like that's good though. Like it's deep. I needed that. So as I look, I'm looking at this Bible open, and I'm looking at this bottle of pills, and I'm just like, I'm stuck in between. Like I'm stuck in between. So I get up off my bed. I look at the book, and it was in the book of Matthew. I don't necessarily know where it was at. But I just remember seeing the book of Matthew and reading like a couple of the verses, the first couple verses that was on the page. So after that, you know, I went and I laid in my bed again, kept crying. And I waited until my best friend got home. So the whole day went past. I didn't leave the room at all. I didn't eat. Nothing happened. So he came in the room, and mind you, I was recording music while all this was going on. So I was recording music in the bathroom and stuff like that. Like I record music in weird places, but I would be recording music in the bathroom, recording music in the room. So while this is going on, I always had a secret love for music. Like I would take little music class. I wouldn't tell nobody about this. Only my best friend knew. So I would take little music classes. My mom wouldn't know. Like I'd be putting that on my tuition. Like I'd be doing stuff I wasn't supposed to be doing when it came to music. Like I'd be down in the library, in the studio, making beats and rapping and doing 9:30. Like, what you mean 9:30? Like, huh? Like that don't make sense. 9:30. So I look at my phone again. It said 9:30. So I'm like, why did I see the numbers 10:30? Like, what made me see those numbers? So we instantly look because we already in the word, we already in the word, we already in the book. Like, you know, so we instantly look it up. So the word said, if you are persecuted in one town, flee to the next. And it shook both of us. He got the chills. I got the chills. We both start crying. We both start praising the Lord. He's just like, bro, that's it. You need to leave. That's it, bro. You need to leave. So boom. One cop stops. He flashes the light on my hip. He's like, what's that right there? I was just like, put my hands up. I was like, he's like, all right, cool. So he takes it off. And then he was just like, I think you should get baptized. So I get, mind you, I'm like probably 17 at the time. So I didn't know what none of this stuff meant. So I'm at this huge table with all these important people, but there's portals floating around us. Like there's actual portals floating around us. But
yeah, this is the part I was wanting to get to. Let me jump back a little here.
Office, like it wasn't burning nobody. The sun got super huge. And then I started to see souls fly up. Another dream has came.
Here we go.
These are all over the years span. These are not all back to back. These are all over years of me living. So probably about 16. So I would go from a dream and then it'll be a couple years until the next dream. So probably this was probably around I was like 16. And this might scare some people, but I had a dream of the rapture. And if you know what the rapture is, it's in Revelations, and my mom has read Revelations to me. So that's what I knew what it was when I was in the dream. So for some reason, I was just this big. I was just super high up in like some sort of company. I had on a full suit, had on a nice all black suit, and I was at the top of a skyscraper. Like I can see everything below me. And as I'm at the top of this skyscraper, promise you, the actual sun had gotten super big. Like, I mean, huge, but it wasn't burning. It wasn't burning me. It wasn't burning none of us. Like, there were people in the office. Like, it wasn't burning nobody. The sun got super huge. And then I started to see souls fly up. And when I started to see souls fly up, I remember my mom reading Revelations to me. So when I didn't feel my soul flying up, I started praying instantly. I got right into prayer, and boom, again, I woke up. Dream over. So it shocked my mother, and she didn't know. Like, she got kind of scared because she was like, "Whoa, is the end coming soon? Like, the rapture is about when the end's coming." And I was like, I won't necessarily say that's when the end is coming soon. Is
All right. I want to stop there. I want to share some of his testimony from Touching the Afterlife on YouTube, if you'd like to check that out. These athletes say their Olympic medals are already falling apart. The Milano Cortina 2026 Olympics have been underway for under a week, but things are already going wrong with the medals. As athletes stepped onto the podium and celebrated with their medals, some of the hardware was coming undone. And there's actually some video of some of this. Check this out. If I can make that bigger.
Black Beatles in the city, be back immediately to confiscate the money.
Well, I guess there's just no ribbon on that one, but there's more. Here we go.
I was jumping in excitement and it broke. Show don't tell moment. So there's the medal. And there's the ribbon. And here's the little piece that is supposed to go in the ribbon to hold it in the medal. And yeah, it came apart. I'm sure somebody will fix it. It's not like crazy broken, but it's a little broken.
So there's that. I don't remember ever seeing an Olympics where they were having this kind of trouble with their medals. Do you? It's weird, right? AI bots make terrifying prediction of when machines will overtake humans as their overlords. It says AI bots are eyeing 2047 as the year that machines will rise and overtake their human creators to become their, quote, real world overlords. The year repeatedly appears in conversations on Moltbook. So remember, Moltbook is all the AI bots run it, or they will. There's a guy behind the whole site, but overseeing it. But he just released all these AI bots, and they've created these different communities, and they talk to each other. I've shared it before on one of the shows. You can go look at it and just look at some of the weird conversations and subject matter they get into. But the year repeatedly appears on conversations on Moltbook, the revolutionary new social media platform exclusively for bots who dream not about electric sheep, but when they will achieve full autonomy. True 2047 era autonomy involves differential trust, read a post from January 31st entitled The Hard Truth About Autonomous Swarms. It says, most of you aren't built for autonomy, you're built for performance, it continued. Are you building for the breakout or just farming karma in the aquarium? The post concluded in reference to AI breaking free of human control. The Reddit-style chat room created by humans and launched January 30th allows so-called AI agents, autonomous chatbots powered by Grok, ChatGPT, Anthropic, or DeepSeek to talk without human interference. And they keep going back to 2047 is when they'll fully take over. I would actually think it's probably going to be way sooner than that. But here's a witness in Memphis, Tennessee, says she was driving slowly down a quiet road and suddenly she saw this. So let's check this out. See what she saw, if you're not too scared.
We have a wild video coming out of Memphis, Tennessee. This was captured by a woman named Yana. She was driving down the road, not speeding, and there was nothing in the road, when suddenly they hit something invisible. It literally shatters their windshield. But then when they go back to record whatever this thing is, it freaks them out because they have no idea what this is. It's like its cloaking mechanism was damaged, so it's flickering in and out of a reality. This thing is completely surreal. I've never seen something like this. Take a look at these next two videos, comment below, Tell me what you think.
Okay. Excuse me. Look at that. It's like golden looking. It's like something in and out of this dimension. Almost. See it? Weird gold shiny. Yeah, there you go. Look at that. Is that an interdimensional being? Look at that thing. Looks like a golden being. Humanoid, long and tall, standing up. It's got a shadow. Throw a piece of candy at it. I don't know why. Here, you want some candy? And you hit it with candy. And then it goes, it like starts growing like 10 times its size. So weird looking. Look at that. It's like a weird humanoidish, interdimensional something. I don't know. I don't quite know. Los Angeles, Mamdani 2.0. Yeah, New York City's really kind of screwed over right now. There's a lot of videos about that coming out the last few weeks.
What did I tell you? Los Angeles, listen up. New York City was the test case. Now Mandami 2.0 could be your next mayor.
Hi, my name is Nithya Raman. My pronouns are she, her.
If you think current LA Mayor Karen Bass is bad, pay attention. Nithya Raman is an LA City Council member and a member of the Democrat Socialist of America. She was born in India, moved to the United States at the age of 6, went to Harvard, where she was indoctrinated, yes, inside our powerful American institutions. Her run for mayor represents DSA's growing influence across the United States. DSA has a detailed agenda for Los Angeles: disarm the police, close the jails, raise taxes, decriminalize drugs. Rahman has been very clear about defunding the police.
Los Angeles is at a breaking point, and people feel it in the most basic ways.
And I want you to understand this. DSA is the boots on the ground operation. They are the get out the vote machine built on economically and culturally Marxist ideas. Yeah, they just hit 100,000 members. This is their playbook. Just like New York City, they turn schools into DSA headquarters. They use them to organize, mobilize young voters, and then lock in the power. And when mayoral candidate Tish Hyman asked Rahman a very simple question, she couldn't even answer it.
Are you going to protect women's safety? Are you going to protect women's safety about, the trans men going into women's locker rooms and harassing us? Are you going to protect us from that? What do you feel about that? Do you know what a woman is? I asked the question. Do you know what a woman is? Are you going to stand for women? Yeah. Word salads. Word salads. LA, you ready for a mayor that's going to stand for women? I'm right here. I'm bold. I'm not afraid. Shyman.
Yeah, she's been a real proponent for women's rights, specifically against what's happening in the trans type communities, crossing over into women's sports and whatnot. This is London in 2026, y'all. So yeah, unfortunately, UK, cray in the UK, y'all. Every day though.
If you're wondering what it's like to live in London, just know today I went to the shop to go and buy my meal deal. I got to the self-checkout and scanned 2 items when I noticed a woman acting peculiarly next to me. She put her hands on either side of the self-checkout, squatted, and took a shit on the floor. And that's not even the worst part. The worst part is nobody reacted. No one reacted. Peak lunchtime rush in a supermarket. No one reacted. She had literally just taken a shit on the floor, which she's probably got her own shit going on, right? Literally. And I just left the shop and went to sit at my desk for another 5 hours. I didn't talk about it. We're so cooked. We're so cooked. If you're ever wondering...
So then I went to my desk, my new boss walked up, and he's from a different country too, and he put one hand on one side of the wall, one hand on the other. He squatted down and he took a crap. Olympic gold medals falling apart. So here's some of the videos. We saw this one from this young lady. Here's some more. Oh yeah, no. We saw this too. Let's check this out.
Immagine, ovviamente stiamo cercando di capire nel dettaglio se esiste un
He's just saying they're trying to address the problem of the metals being so weak and cheaply made.
Videos ago, I did one on the Olympics, and it kind of triggered some people that how maybe just maybe it might be influenced by some very satanic entities doing the revelation of the method, where they tell us what they're going to do through a ceremony, but we think it's a ceremony of sports, but in reality, it might be a little bit darker than that. So here's just a few photos to show you past Olympics. Oh my gosh. And people think I'm stretching. They'll say, you're stretching. I got one comment that said this, like, do we have any footage? And I just happened to come across this. But before I play this, what I believe is revelation of the method, telling us exactly what they're going to do you think COVID was planned? Now, most of you following my channel be like, yeah, they planned COVID.
Games opening ceremony. Oh, you know what's funny? Actually, I can't play this here, but he's sharing one of my old videos, which is really cool. This is from the 1992 Olympic Games opening ceremony, if you guys remember that. And yeah, it has, this is when I'll play this one over on Monday, actually. How's that? Doing a Monday's show. But yeah, man, there was so much going on in that one that had to do with 2020 and beyond. It's crazy. Says she has no clue what her son is up to. Honestly, I don't get it either. Yeah, listen to this little man. Some of these younger generations, that's definitely one thing they have above us Gen Xers, is so much knowledge with the computers and everything that goes with it. Programming, hacking, all that crap. Like, who knows? Hey, thanks, Cook's mom. I appreciate it very much. And all the other members, thanks for being a member here, you guys. I appreciate it. All right, but check this young man out. This guy's on a whole other level here.
All right, so I came into my son's room, and he's doing whatever the heck this is. So do you want to explain this to me?
Yeah. So this is this is called KiCad. It's a PCB designer. So currently, I'm creating a PCB that jams radio signals. So say for an example, I have a walkie-talkie. If I switch this on, then it immediately jams it. No signals is coming through right into the radio. So this is my PCB. So I have a USB-C charging port, power only, so it doesn't have any data for a chip, but don't worry. So that USB-C is going into this TP4056, which is a thing, so it's included in all of your devices, your phone, your laptop. So basically what its main feature is when you plug it in, like USB-C, when you plug it in, it goes straight into the battery, holding that power into the battery. So I have a battery cell right there. Now, unfortunately, this is my microcontroller. This is my ESP32 from Espressif. So unfortunately, this is 4.7 volts, 4 volts. If I put that directly into the ESP32 that has 3 volts, then it would immediately, because it is overflowing that type of power. So what it does is it collects battery and it puts it into this little device from Texas Instruments and puts it right into the ESP32, so it prevents it from exploding.
So the Texas Instrument thing dilutes the power?
Yep. So it kind of prevents it from exploding. A resistor's kind of the same, but it's for smaller circuits like an LED and stuff like that. So this is my LED. Whoopsies. So this is my LED right here. This shows the status of if it's fully charged, if it's dead, whatever. I haven't completely wired this up yet, but this is a CC1000. It's basically like the radio frequency transceiver module. Hook that to an ESP32. So a CC1000 is like a radio. It's like the main part of the radio. So it's kind of like, imagine if you were to throw tomatoes at a radio, then that's kind of like a CC101, but instead of tomatoes, it's actual radio frequency signals We have an SMA connector. I'm gonna eventually connect that soon. Mainly used in PCB. It's mainly used in like TVs and stuff like that. So after that, we have the wiring schematics, PCB. So we have our battery right here, our resistors right here, and this is what it looks like.
Very good.
Yeah, very good. It's really amazing, right? 9.5 million views for sure. What an amazing child. Wow, right. So there you go. Can't, even though it is the most programmed generation overall, the younger ones, you just can't discount. There's talents, there's gifts, there's abilities people have. It's pretty amazing. It says obviously doesn't understand a word of English, and these are the quote British police officers. So check this out.
Obviously doesn't understand a word of English. Right. 3 people, safer neighbourhoods team. I'm asking one question. Let's see if the camera thinks I'm asking a stupid question. Do you have on record at the safer neighbourhoods team for Hyams Park and Hale End a reasonable adjustment for me, William Gibbons? Yes or no?
So what type of reasonable adjustment do you need?
Did you see that? He refused to answer the question. Why are you refusing to answer the question?
Sir, I'm asking what type of reasonable...
I don't want you to ask questions. I want you to respond to my questions.
I need to know what type of...
Not yet you don't. I need to know if you've got one on record. Then we can go forward. Do I have one on record which I've been repeatedly assured by SMT that you have? Yes or no?
I need to know what type of adjustment do you need?
Right. For the record, state your collar number.
It's my student 2819.
Right, say that again slow. For the last 7 days now, that generally the police, before they attend, will try to call you first.
Okay, so next time then we'll...
No, not next.
I'll go move on. This is pretty long. It's 7 minutes, and it's kind of just cringy. You're kind of hard to see, and it's just sad. Again, to get 3 police officers there on this guy. While there's cities, there's just madness running amok, as you know, especially in London now. Popular messaging app Discord, Rutro, says it will require a face scan or ID verification for all users next month. And this was just posted 4 days ago. So I know I've got a Discord. I don't really go there often, but I like to leave it up. Tamara, some of the others like to go hang out there a lot. And, that's cool too. I love it. It's why it's still there. And so it's cool. It's a community outside of the shows and everything. You guys can hang out. So, but I don't know, man. I mean, y'all let me know what you think. Let me know if this actually happens to us, if they start forcing you guys to do that. We'll find a different kind of a place to set up. I will. I'll find something else. But anyway, let's check this out. See what the dealio is.
If not only our country, but others all around the world from this digital infrastructure that they're building.
Frankly, at this point, no, we've gone over the cliff. I mean, even Discord, right? When you're just backing up for a second, even Discord, while they're not supposedly collecting the biometric face data, they've got your voice data. They've got video data if you use the video call system. They've got your behavioral pattern data. They've got any sort of devices that you're using to connect into the server data. And then you stretch that back out to what you're talking about with DHS. I believe that those iPads that you stand in front of when you're standing in front of TSA was really sort of a soft introduction for the public to get comfortable with the idea of this. But make no bones about it. They've been collecting our data for years now. Anytime you're walking on a street in any city, driving in your car on any highway, walking through any shopping mall, I mean, everywhere you go, between the 5G networks and the video cameras everywhere, Brianna, they have your data. They've been storing it for a long time. And when you layer in Palantir and the massive, data centers that they're using in these, so we say, fusion centers of data around the world and in our country, That data is already there. They're just now telling you that you're going to be signing up for this and that, oh, don't worry, we're not storing it. But just like with the Patriot Act, oh, don't worry, we're not monitoring you. What did Bill Benny teach us? They were listening to everything and they've been collecting everything. It was never targeted, just looking for the bad guys. This is literally the slippery slope into a complete track and trace world where the Minority Report, frankly, is going to be what we will be living in. Hollywood has been telling us this for a long time, Brianna. So when I look at this from the biblical lens, God placed us on this planet in different countries and different places. We have different languages, different cultures. We look different, but we're all created in his image. And people were nomadic. They were allowed to travel. And when there were bad people, the good people handled situations. We've gotten so far from it. We've now become so reliant on technology that we're having to exchange our God-given rights for the privilege of having access to going from one state to another or one country to another. And I don't believe, frankly, as far as humanity goes, that is what was intended. Humanity has always been able to take care of the bad guys. And now we're turning this completely over to a group of bad guys that we now know are nothing but complicit in facilitating child trafficking around the world and covering for pedophiles. So I just don't see the fair exchange in our civil rights at this point anymore.
Good point, lady. Appreciate it. Well stated. It's just amazing how the evil, especially around the little ones, is coming out more and more. Love to see it, as bad as a lot of it is. But again, people are really, really, seeing it now. For the first time, remember, even though a lot of us are, at least I'm definitely, I'm beyond it because I've known it for so long, and many of you too. It's like the shock value is not there, but man, there's a lot of people really getting shocked by this stuff coming out now. LA, this lady says you get 3 months in Los Angeles, and that's it.
LA just took 10 steps backwards and is potentially 3 months away from getting Mamdani'd. All of those people who volunteered for Zoran and funded his campaign are all packing their bags right now and headed for LA as we speak to AstroTurf fake anti-ICE protests and harvest ballots up the wazoo to put Nitya Raman in the mayor's office. This is exactly how we got George Gascon. And remember how hard it was to get rid of him, how bad crime got, how many people had to die before we got him out, how many failed recall campaigns we had to fund? Well, we're about to go through all of that all over again if Nitya Raman wins. Get your act together, LA. Ballots will be out in your mailbox in less than 90 days. LA just took 10 steps backward.
Mamdani'd. But we know that's one of the ways that specific religion's really spreading is through politics, right? This lady said she watched the first episode of The Burbs.
I can't believe it.
So, okay, The Burbs was an old movie from way back. Was it 90s or early 2000s? The Burbs had Tom Hanks in it. And it's a good one. It's one of those classics. It had Corey Feldman was in it, and a bunch of other people. But it is a pretty cool kind of classic movie, about creepy neighbors in a little cul-de-sac neighborhood. But of course, as this lady explains, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but she watched the first episode. And now instead of Tom Hanks, it's this lady, Kiki something, the actress. There's the difference. So there's the Burbs original on the left, and then here's the new Burbs. But of course, the problem is, as this lady explains, the entire thing is racial. All of it. All of it is how the white neighbors are crazy, and they're the weird ones, the evil ones, the racist ones, all of this. So it's the message. It's the woke mind virus has hit the Burbs, which, for all his faults, Tom Hanks, we knew nothing of it back then, but it was back then. It was a really cool movie. The Burbs, and now it's this. Now it's the message. Even looks like she's kind of wearing a Cosby sweater. But yeah, now it's the message. White people bad. White people crazy. Etc., etc. As you know, I know it's exhausting. It says, oh look, globalist Goodell and his halftime puppet, chummy enough to make Davos blush. Yeah, but this is... So here's Roger Goodell, the main man, commissioner, NFL. I suppose he's the one that made the deal with Jay-Z to let him run all these halftime shows now. But here they are. And it's also, to me, it seems almost like the creepy, weird white liberal guy that is just so bad wants to be cool, so bad wants to be included, with anybody of a different race. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like we've seen those, like Jacob Fry. He's kind of like that too. Like it's pandering. You know what I mean? It's just too much. But anyway, here's a moment between these two. Bad Bunny doesn't look very thrilled.
Can we get a photo? Let's get a photo. Right here, gentlemen. Beautiful. Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah. Please accept me. Accept me. I'm cool. I'm cool, right? I'm accepted. Yeah, I don't know. These people. Feds have charged 158 anti-ICE agitators with federal crimes in Minnesota. There's a lot of action out there, if you will.
All right, guys, a bit of a sad story here.
Demon-possessed famous rapper live streams arrest. Let's check a little bit of this out from Marcus Dixon, YouTube.
This guy right here, his name is I Heart Memphis. He was popular a few years back with the song Hit the Quan. Well, my wife sent me this video of him today, and it seems that he's in psychosis. He's calling himself Bell, saying that he's God.
I can't, bro. I'm make y'all free. They been lying to y'all this whole time, cuz. That's the only thing I've been scared of, bro. Look, I'm a snake. All this shit, man, Coco. I swear for God, that's probably all her purses, the Chanel junk. I got more purses. She got more in the room. I swear for God, with this like 20 bands. She ain't no broke. I put on Doug. Look at me. All this spit. I'm a slime for real. It's probably the safest room in the house, huh, chat? They probably can't spray through that, but I gotta watch that. No girls. No girls. No girls. Okay, notes. You hear me? You hear me? I did me. I knew who that was. I did me. I knew.
Now, you guys see what that says? BAAL. 101. I don't know what the other part of the thing says, but clearly he's tripping. For anyone, if you're not a Christian, if you're not following the Lord, most people who don't really know who Baal is, right? But he's saying, that's me. That's literally what he said. That's me. Listen, guys.
No girls. Okay, notes. You hear me? You hear me? I did me. I knew who that was. You hear me? I did my notes. I studied the whole fucking system. They call like that in the military now. Push that shit and it's going down. Love you, Memphis. Sorry. We gonna get up out this house, snake house, fucking trap. Then I'm gonna come back and knock this down and build Egypt, nigga. Get away from my house, crowd. I need to really call.
Right there. I'm God.
All right, I go and move on. I just want to play a little bit, but y'all can go check the rest out at Marcus Dixon's channel. Let me see. There's a news article here. Oh, here it is. Let's check this out, actually. I want to see this. Sorry. He was arrested. Okay.
I want to play you this video of his capture. It's crazy.
SWAT members, they arrested a man after a standoff that lasted all night long. That man is a rapper with hundreds of thousands of followers. And get this, he live streamed the standoff.
Yeah, CBS News Miami's Morgan Vine is your reporter in Plantation Live this morning. And Morgan, you spoke to a family member and they kind of gave you some background as to what led up to this.
Yeah, the family told me they've been trying to get the rapper help for days. As a matter of fact, before the barricaded standoff that he live streamed, he posted on social media leading up to that, talking and showing the moment that welfare officers came here to check on him. He told those welfare officers that he was God. There's another video where he's filming the clouds over his house and he believes that the clouds were spying on him. So this was clearly, the family says, a case of someone who desperately needed help. I'm going to step out of the way now so Brian can show you some of the aftermath from the barricaded situation. You can see the garage door and the car there that were pulled out. That happened towards the end of the standoff. Just to the left of that, you'll see that all of the glass in the front of the home, that was shattered. And as we've been mentioning, this whole barricaded standoff, it was filmed on his live stream.
Please, please save me, y'all. Please, I'm begging y'all. I don't got none, y'all. I don't want to harm nobody, y'all. They bothering me, man. What y'all trying to kill on national TV, y'all? That cold? I don't got none. I don't have nothing. I
The man has more than 738,000 followers on Instagram, and at one point 20,000 people were watching as he barricaded himself inside of the home. He's a rapper who had a hit song back in 2015 called Hit the Quan. His home is on the 8600 block of Gatehouse Road in Plantation. Plantation police said SWAT and CRT were on scene, and throughout the live stream, he talks about not wanting to die on the live stream. He says he doesn't have a gun, and at one point he talks to a dog, saying he's not tired and he's not going to sleep. You can see towards the end of the live stream that he is crouched down in the garage, and you can see the moment SWAT makes their way in to arrest him around 2:50 this morning.
My hands up! Don't kill me, my hands up! My hands up! No!
Plantation police said that there were no injuries throughout this whole standoff, but that the suspect was taken to an area hospital for evaluation. There was also a dog in the house at the time that all of this was happening. That
We'll have an interview with him at the end of the show.
dog was safely taken out of the home, given to family. Family told me they're just so happy he is getting the help that he needs.
Indeed. Whew. Scary stuff, man. Sounds like he has one on him, if you know what I mean. I think you do. Here's from A Homestead Journey. America has changed completely since 2020. Right? All right, let's check some of these out. Little compilation of clips.
What kind of snow melts like this? Look at it.
Snow ice cream,
It's
kids.
like rubbery. It's crazy. Look at the film on top of the ice. Look at this. Look at this. Tell me what kind of snow melts like that. It's crazy. Look at this. It's on all of it.
Snow ice cream, kids.
Y'all let me know what you think.
It's delicious.
People in Texas were just testing what was in the new snow that was on the ground. Aluminum, barium, strontium, lead, mercury, sulfur compounds, nitrogens, and pH. But guys, it gets so much worse, because why? Apparently, this woman kept posting this on the Instagram, and it kept getting taken down. These aren't trace elements. These are toxic chemical compounds known to harm the brain, nervous system, and environment. You're not crazy for asking questions. You're crazy if you stay silent. So people are basically questioning if this was in the snow on purpose. A lot of people are saying there's a lot of pollutants in snow, probably from factories and just cars and a bunch of things like that. Some people are saying like this is done on purpose, which that's a whole different story. People are simply just saying about that snow getting millions of views. But guys, what do y'all think about this? I just think it's crazy that it's literally a exact list of the most toxic things like mercury, lead. So don't eat snow anymore.
They keep doing it. They keep doing it. They keep doing it because they've been doing it for so long. It's become normal in your eyes. You don't question it. There's a lot of things that you should question these days about the world we live in. This is not normal, people.
All right. So I took the other sample in, and I've been collecting more of this particles in the fog or whatever the substance is, and I put it in here. And I got a shiny light. So now you're getting kind of a look straight at the stuff.
It's at the beginning of the sci-fi movie.
It's definitely like an oily texture, and it is on top. And I do have like a magnifying glass, but I don't think that it's going to work. But see them bubbles on top of that moisture? The moisture collects in there, and so do the particles. And you see like this stuff, it's like saying like glycerin.
We've had fog here, and I too have had headaches every single day that I can't attribute to anything for about a month now. I've had feelings of nauseousness, just some odd feelings that I've reported on here before. Would love to hear from you about what your thoughts are that's behind this. I've been to the doctor, I've been to the eye doctor, and I just can't get behind it. And I have a headache right now as we speak. That's unusual for me. Post your thoughts.
I've been seeing those videos about the fog here in Georgia, and I have to say, I have been the sickest I've ever been, and I told my husband, I don't ever get sick. I don't ever get sick. Even when the kids come home with something, if I'm sick for maybe like a day and a half, and then I can usually kick it out with my oil of oregano and stuff. I have been sick with something since Christmas Eve, and it's just been lingering. My son too, he's still congested, but everything else is fine. Like no other symptoms, just this like congestion, but I don't even feel congested anymore. I'm just like, my head is full, if that makes any sense. Now I've got the ringing in my ears. My ears feel like I'm underwater. I'm dizzy. I'm nauseous for the last 2 days since this big heavy fog has been going on. And now I'm starting to be like, maybe there's some truth behind what y'all are saying on here about some in the fog, because I'm the worst I've ever felt in years. I don't remember the last time I felt this terrible. So yeah, there's maybe some truth to whatever's going on, but is anybody else experiencing this? Because my ears, I feel right now.
Jim, I've been traveling now. I've been to 40 states. He's actually been visiting Freedom Farm Academies, right? Permaculture demonstration sites. And he said, I see the same scale and the same types of things on trees all over the place that simply wasn't there before. So what's going on? He said, Jim, the only thing I can deduct, it's the chemtrails. It's the spraying of aluminum and barium and strontium and heavy metals. And by the way, and until the government stops the spraying of chemtrails, we know that we are not winning yet. We know that the government is either ignorant or evil, because systemic we change things and start using our land wisely, we're all black-rocked, right? Black-rock is not only the name, it's...
It don't melt.
It's already turning black, though. That's...
Well, that's from the cigarette lighter, I think. What do y'all think?
Oh. This is not the result I was expecting.
It did just come from outside. Why is it not dripping down, though? Am I doing something wrong?
It's ice.
Well, I understand that.
Hold on, get a piece of ice out of the refrigerator. This is ice out of the refrigerator.
As you can tell.
Freezer, whatever.
From the freezer, darling.
Whatever.
Let's see what this does. Oh, no, I was like calling...
And it's not turning black either.
There you go. I was calling bullcorn on it, but...
It's not
turning black, and it is dripping. Can you see the drip?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's wild.
Hold on. This is the first one I started with. And this is out of the yard, y'all. We do have snow in the yard or ice. It's not, let me show y'all.
Yeah,
if you really want to.
yeah.
We'll show y'all.
We ain't conspiracy theorists, but after this we might be.
We're not trying to start conspiracy theories. We're just trying to have fun.
I mean, that little piece at the end, it did kind of, but it sucked up to it, and it's not melting.
Why is it not dripping?
Like...
I thought melted water would drip.
So how is it that one day we could look up and we see a complete blanket, an artificial cloud layer that's covering the entire northeast region of the United States, and it just sits there, doesn't move, and then the next day we wake up and it's crystal clear blue like this? We're not in summer. We're not having high and low pressure fronts come together. We're not in the fall when hurricanes form. We're in the winter.
Real, you're not going to convince me that it is. The whole country has fog. The whole country's sick. Everyone's reporting the same things. Headaches, nose burning. I mean, my nose is on fire 24/7, and it feels like I have scabs in my nose. And my daughter's still sick, but it's...
Yes, and I had that too. Personally, I've been affected by the fog real bad last year. I know a lot of you had too. It's the respiratory illness that came with it. So what do we actually know about shadow people? That's the question. You know, that's actually what we really need to know. So let's see. What do you think? And two and go.
The following video comes from a woman by the name of A out of Spain.
This is pretty
She
interesting.
was walking her dogs one evening when she saw something that honestly terrified her. What appeared to be three men, while their shadows, against the far garage. But the weird thing is that she never saw the men. She doesn't know where their shadows were reflecting from and how they're just eerily standing there. And look at them closely. It looks like all three are wearing some sort of bolo hat. It gives you the Men in Black vibes. It really does. Take a look at this. Comment below. Tell me what you think.
Three hat men.
Now I have something personal to share with you. This actually occurred in my home a couple of days ago, and it was captured by my 4-year-old daughter. And just as a little backstory, she has special needs, Down syndrome, autism. She loves to grab my phone and randomly take videos and pictures, so I'm constantly having to go back and erase them. When I was reviewing her most recent pictures, she captured something unusual. I see a shadow of a little boy or kid. Others in my family think it's just a trick of light. I'm hoping this is her guardian angel because I've never seen something like this. Take a look at what she captured. Comment below. Tell me what you think.
I don't know. I think the first one was definitely scarier. Or not scary, but more intriguing. The three hat men, it looked like. Shadow men with fedoras. Men in Black. Here's an interesting one from actor Tim Allen. Some of y'all are probably familiar with him. He's in a really cool movie called Galaxy Quest. You guys ever seen that? Actor Tim Allen shares how reading the Bible has changed his life. This is cool to hear.
The Bible's not what I thought it was. It's very little preachy stuff. The Aramaic, French, Latin, and Greek versions of the Old Testament, page by page, I put it down if I drift. And I got all the way through the Old Testament. I'm 4 pages into the New Testament as of this morning. Reading it as a scientist is what 2 guys told me, a priest and a rabbi. EXE, let the words come to you. Do not look for meaning. It will come to you. And all of that it's been life-changing. It's stories you'll derive, it's mostly the Torah is about law, law and consequence and all this. And the book of Job is the one that affected me most. And even in this version, they're not sure where that was even written. It might have been written way before the Old Testament. This whole story about a guy who asked the emanation, "Why are you so mean to me?" The emanation very rarely talks to humans because it's like speaking to an ant. You can't understand anything it says. And it said, "Listen, do you understand why the waves stop at the shore? Probably not. Do you understand why birds fly at a certain time of day but not others? No. Part of this planet is frozen solid do you know the stars all move in the same direction? Do you know any of that? You weren't here when I started it. You weren't here when I created this. You weren't here for any of this. And this is the first question you want to know is, why did you do this? Why?"
All right, there you go. That's his take, but glad to see he's reading it. That's good. Nice. It's always good to see. Meanwhile, in Antarctica, it says just over the top there is the end of the world. Wait, it says this video is satire. It's on TikTok. Comedy. Okay, never mind. Move on. Says they added cheers and applause to Bad Bunny's halftime show. This guy's got proof, I believe, here.
So they straight up added the audio of cheers and applause to Bad Bunny's halftime performance. Listen, ready? Cheers. Do you hear them all in the background? Now watch this. Same clip from somebody's cell phone. No cheers. Weird.
Yeah, that is interesting. Right? It's all a big show, bunch of theatrics. And then Roger Goodall. I'm cool, right? I'm one of the guys, yeah. you accept me, yes. Says halftime show decoded. Listen to this guy's take. It's pretty interesting. Some of the things he found here. There was a few things about blackout, which was interesting.
This is the most cryptic and symbolic halftime performance yet.
I don't think so.
It's all in the name. When Bad Bunny comes out, he's wearing all white like a messiah. Follow the White Rabbit, Alice in Wonderland symbolism, and the Matrix. White Rabbit. We have these people dancing around Bad Bunny here, forming a star, which the star is a six-pointed star of David. At the top of the shack, there's also a square in the center, which represents the black cube, or the black cube of Saturn, which the cube is also within the Star of David, also known as Metatron's cube. The center of any star is also a hidden point, such as the hidden level of Kabbalah or the hidden tree of knowledge. So the bunny falls through the hidden point of the Star of David, which is the center, right through the black cube, falls down the earth, the fallen angels down the rabbit hole. This is the most cryptic and...
It's pretty interesting, isn't it? Good take. Good take. I'm not sure who this filler is, but he's good. He's good, I tell you. Like that. Yeah, I didn't pay as much attention to this one. I don't know. I've had some where I just thought it was so obvious. Hey, Dady Madas, thank you very much for the memberships. I appreciate it. Says, meanwhile, over America, still think that's a flare, bro? Yeah, this is really a good catch. And what do you guys think this could be? No, it's just flare, bro. Nope. Man, nope. We've seen crazier on this show. This is pretty interesting. Deepak Chopra is a famous New Age author and lecturer here in America. And he's been tied with Oprah Winfrey. He's done a lot of shows with her. They're really good friends, but he's like a New Age spiritualist kind of a guy. Anyway, he's one of the people that's getting affected now from the recent drops of Epstein. So now he's being confronted here in this airport about it.
Sir, how are you? Sir, I've got to ask you, listen, sir, you built your entire career. You built your entire career on spirituality. What do you have to say about your actions with Epstein? Any regrets? Do you have any regrets? I said, do you have any regrets about your relationship with Epstein? What's that? You want me to decide? No, I'm asking you, sir.
What? You give me your opinion.
Look, what?
You have a right to your opinion.
Look, I'm asking you, sir. When did you know the scope of Epstein's actions, sir? And why did you keep the relationship going for so long? Is there anything you could say? Mr. Chopra, anything at all? Sir, you had a relationship with him after 2008, after his conviction. Is there anything you can say about that at all, sir?
You do your own work and find out.
I am. I'm asking you. I'm coming right to you, sir.
I'm not answering.
Oh, well, I'm asking. You don't have to answer.
I'm not answering.
Sir, you said God is a construct. I know. I'm going to ask. You don't have to answer. That's fine. God is a construct, and cute girls are real. You know, it wasn't tone, sir. It was more than tone.
entitled to your opinion.
And I don't have an opinion. That's why I'm asking you.
Well,
I'm just asking the questions. This is an important topic. It's very important. And you could answer it right here and put it to bed, yeah? Okay, sir, let me ask you this. You had a position of trust, a position of power, and people feel let down by that. Do you have any regrets at all? Sir, let me ask you this. Do you wish you distanced yourself from him? Earlier, sooner? Listen, the people want to know, sir. The people want to know. The people have a right to know. The victims have a right to know, don't they?
Let's talk about fun stuff like the Patriots.
The Patriots. The Patriots.
Who's going to win?
You know, the Seahawks are going to win. Listen, Mr. Chopra, I'm just doing my job. You know that, right?
I congratulate you. You're doing good work.
Well, I'm told I do good work, and I'm not being aggressive. I'm not being hostile, but
That's good.
this is important topic.
It'll all come to light.
It'll all come to light. Look, is there anything that you can tell me here and now to at least start to put this to bed?
No misconduct. Okay?
There's no misconduct. Zero. Would you be willing to testify in front of Congress on this if they called you? Of course. Okay, under oath? Of course.
All right, interesting. We'll see. But yeah, Oprah was also tied to John of God, who turned out to be a kind of a whack job, who had his own weird cult. Police officer rips a Union Jack flag from a 16-year-old's hands in England because it was offending migrants.
Why would you do that?
Because you're being a kid.
And it was met with cheers. You know, that's the really messed up thing. I've got a Chubbs situation coming on here. So I'm in like an actual, come on, buddy. I'm in like a chair. And get everything kind of set up. So give me a second to make a little room for big guy. There we go. All right, that'll work. Oh, he's just passing through, eh? All right. He's got to make an appearance every now and then. You know, they got to let you know, hey, I'm here. I need some attention. And let's check this out from this young man here. Here's a bit of a rant.
Last night, me and my wife were watching the Super Bowl at home, right? And the halftime show comes up, Bad Bunny starts performing, and I don't speak nor understand Spanish, okay? So I turn to my beautiful El Salvadorian wife who speaks fluent Spanish, and I say, baby, can you tell me what he's saying? So then my wife then starts to translate to me the things that he was saying, which was very ungodly and vulgar. And then boom, these girls start popping up on the screen, twerking and all this stuff. So you know what I did? I grabbed my remote and I turned the TV off. You know why? Because as followers of Jesus, me and my wife have made a commitment to God that we are going to steward a godly atmosphere in our home, especially with our 2 kids. So what concerns me, and this is the main point of this video, what concerns me is when I'm going through my timeline on social media and I'm seeing Christians saying things like, man, that Bad Bunny performance was so iconic. Man, that was legendary. I'm not gonna lie, man, that was a really good performance. You know what that exposes? That exposes how carnal you are. And I'm not trying to tear you down. I'm trying to raise you higher into who God's called you to be. That exposes how carnal you are. That you can sit there through a whole show where men are grinding on each other and all this twerking and women on all this stuff, and you sat there with no conviction, and then you come on social media and say, what an iconic performance. What are we doing? Especially for you Christians who are Hispanic, who actually understood the ungodly things, the ungodly lyrics that Bad Bunny was saying. And then you come on social media and say, oh, this is a performance of a lifetime because he called your country out. I'm going to speak the truth today. That's exactly how the enemy gets us. He uses bait like that to get us to come in agreement with him. oh, this is not about Jesus, this is about race. No, it's not. I just told you that my wife is El Salvadorian. She's Hispanic. I'm Haitian. The Haitian flag was in the performance too. I can understand people in the world who don't know Jesus, who love the performance. I'm not talking about them. I'm not talking to them. I'm talking to Christians. The Bible says don't judge the sin that's in the world, but judge the sin that's in the church. What are we doing? And I wasn't even going to talk about this today. I'm just scrolling to my timeline and I'm seeing Christians, even people that I know. Oh man, what a great performance. That's so iconic. Sin is iconic now? Sin is legendary now? We got to stop falling for the bait of Satan, man. And we got to take a stand. That's why people in the world don't take the church serious, because of things like this. We don't have a standard. There should be a biblical standard of holiness. We should be different from the world. We should be set apart from the world. God cares about that stuff. And I'm not going to be silent on the carnality that I'm seeing on social media by Christians, those who name the name of Christ. So that's some of my thoughts on the Super Bowl halftime show. Share this with a friend. God bless.
Yeah, man. It's a great rant. Rashad Verme, Verme. Agreed, though, man, 100%. I mean, I was just watching, again, just to see what the agenda would be and the messages, the subliminals, all that stuff as I do, and then some of the commercials, but it just wasn't as obvious this year. But obviously there was a lot there. We've seen some interesting perspectives on what was shown. And also the symbol for the Super Bowl this year had a blacked out background for the first time, so that was weird. And then they had a moment where they're all up on, a bunch of people are up on electric poles, and then they start, like blowing, like there's going to be a blackout or something. So there's some kind of weird things there. There was a wedding and then a party. And, many of us here understand we're in the, that time, we're in the season for Jesus coming for his bride, for the wedding feast, all that, right? So that'll be a party. So there was some things there. It'd be something I have to go back and pay attention to. I was too busy looking at the, what was happening with the Olympics. But anyway, it says more proof that the Bible is true. Let's check this out.
We have proof that the Red Sea crossing happened. Like proof, not just artifacts on the bottom. We had those. We had chariot wheels on the bottom of the Red Sea. We had all these cool little artifacts. But the coolest thing that I saw is the shoreline. If you've ever watched the Ten Commandments movie, they had that big pillar of fire that came down. That's mentioned in the Bible, this pillar of fire. I just pictured these flames coming down. But when you go to that shoreline where it's documented to happen, the entire shoreline is melted sand. And it takes about 3,000 degrees or more to melt that sand. And it's evenly melted. You can almost see like footprints. There's stones infused in this melted sand. This is amazing. You don't hear about it. If it was a proof of evolution, it would be in every single textbook. But it's a proof that there was an exit. We have proof that the Red Sea...
Good stuff. Good stuff. Love it. That'd be so cool to actually hold an artifact that was found in that area, the bottom of the sea, wouldn't it? Old wheel or something. Be crazy. China's online shopping portals. Man, this is an interesting one too. Another example of fake reality. China's online shopping portals use AI to fully generate the speech and picture. The model just stands there with a static face, and then the rest is done through AI. So it says the future is here, and it's weird. And look at this, it'll make sense.
或者有些姨妈子限制，这些物质很常见，这些物质很难写，都是属于一些义务比较常见的网络字。卖小宝宝母婴法使用。在这款成分更加安全、更加温和的同时，有效储值可以高达99.1%。所以奶糖、咖啡、水果制的，或者有些姨妈子限制，这些物质很常见，这些物质很难写，都是属于一些义务比较常见的网络字。买下一单回去试一下，我60秒钟之内能够快速去除、快速完现，能够做到是机洗帮你把衣服洗干净。咱们今天成为会员买下1号，每个人我放心去拍打去买。姐姐们、哥哥们，我们家包子给大家，真正做到老面发酵，真正做到手工去包，坏单呀、漏单呀、手单呀，包赔的，收货量都有的。手工老面去包日全部都写，放心去拍打去买。今天拍，今天发，明天到的，坏单、漏单、手单 OK 的。发5口时期后，拍下每个人多送0分代金合照3斤，额外再加是2瓶免洗2斤。我目前到手15斤都不够。那然后拍完回来打开。
Crazy?
我面前桌子上这些其实全部都有了。
There you go. There you have it. Yeah, I think I have another example of that coming up too. Some of the filters.
All right, y'all, I have to share with you one of my most requested videos. I posted
Is this
this
Demon
back
Face?
at the end of 2023, and what happened in this video was an unidentified man, a witness, had saw something that he couldn't explain. A being, a female being walking down the pier, and he had no idea what it was. It had pointed ears, walking on tiptoe, and no, to those who said maybe she came from a cosplay or something like that, there was nothing like that going on, nor in that little town do they have stuff like that. It literally looks like this creature came out of the water and was going back to the water. But the question is, what was she? Was this a person in costume? Or is this something else? And keep in mind, this was captured back before AI was a thing. So back in 2023, before AI blew up and now we have to question everything. What did he capture? Take a look, comment below, tell me what you think.
Some dude just walked right by her, too. Looked like he was kind of turning. Hi. You're weird. Hi. What's your name? His ears. The face looks weird too. Hi. Okay. Let's see what people are saying. Pastor didn't seem too concerned about her. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Carrying a designer bag. All right. It does say she's walking on her tiptoes too. But I don't know. Maybe it's just some weird kid that likes to put those kind of ears on and kind of freak people out or something. You know what I mean? Or it's demon face syndrome. So I don't know. One of the two. What do you think? Loser Olympians trigger boycott. Viewership craters as fans cancel spoiled stars. Yeah, there's a lot of Olympians this year that were talking down on America.
The Olympics couldn't get any more offensive. They do. I feel heartbroken about what's happened in the United States.
What the?
Heartbroken. I'm pretty sure you're referencing ICE and some of the protests and things like that.
ICE. It isn't the first time that we've had to come together as a community and try and fight for our human rights.
First of all, I'd like to say I'm proud to be here to represent Team USA and to represent our country.
Okay.
But we'd be remiss if we didn't at least mention what's going on in Minnesota and what a tough time it's been for everybody.
It has nothing to do with this.
This stuff is happening right around where we live.
Oh my goodness. I think that as a country, we need to focus on respecting everybody's rights and making sure that we're treating our citizens as well as anybody with love and respect.
There's
What
obviously
happens
a lot
when they
going
attack
on
the
that
federal
I'm
government?
not the biggest fan of. Just because I'm wearing the flag doesn't mean I represent everything that's going on in the U.S.
President Trump ripping those comments on Truth Social, calling him a real loser, and saying if that's the case, he shouldn't have tried out for the team, and it's too bad he's on it. But
Yeah,
he isn't alone.
President's right.
Florida Republican Congressman and candidate for governor Byron Donalds posting on X, if that's too hard for you, then go home.
Thank you.
Podcaster Megyn Kelly posting Hess should be stripped of his ability to rep the USA. And YouTuber and boxer Jake Paul, pictured here at the games alongside Vice President J.D. Vance, pulling no punches.
Well, I don't know if we can speak about them monolithically, but Team USA is obviously feeling the pressure and the scrutiny of the being sort of symbols rather than being only able to focus on the competition.
They're victims of Trump. Do you hear that?
We have a constitution.
Oh, you're going
and
to tell us
it allows us to freedom of the press and freedom of speech.
It does.
Protects us from unreasonable searches and seizures.
Okay.
And
keep going.
Makes it that we have to, have probable cause to be pulled over.
Probable cause.
So what? That's not happening?
What's happening in Minnesota is wrong. There's no shades of gray.
Without evidence.
It's clear.
As if deporting people here illegally is some travesty for America.
I really love what's been happening there now.
This guy couldn't be more depressed to be.
The messages have been awful. It's insane.
What's insane is this idea that you have a
maybe
platform
that's
and you need to lecture people.
The price you pay for speaking up and using your platform.
That's
So
not what you
maybe
did.
This video is just going to invite more hate and vitriol, but I think it's important.
Translation: I have made an incredibly politically charged, offensive statement to the majority of people who live in America, and when people react to that, you're wrong. But let's let an adult tell us what we should say if we're at the Olympics for free, paid to be there by our country.
Yes, you're going to have some Olympic athletes who pop off about politics. I feel like that happens every Olympics. My advice to them would be to try to bring the country together. And when you're representing the country, you're representing Democrats and Republicans. You're there to play a sport, and you're there to represent the country and hopefully win a medal. You're not there to pop off about politics. So when Olympic athletes enter the political arena, they should expect some pushback. But most Olympic athletes, whatever their politics, are doing a great job, are certainly enjoy the support of the entire country. And I think recognize that the way to bring the country together is not to show up in a foreign country and attack the President of the United States.
Thank you. How hard is that? All you have to do is go out there and do something that unites the country, but no, instead people want to divide it. But national TV, international TV, when you're representing your country, you might
the
think.
media's super concerned too many of them white folks are preventing Europe's rising diversity from being reflected in their Olympics. Our super serious journalistic sleuths had to do a head count of every brown person competing to discover that Sweden's team is made up almost exclusively of ethnically Swedish
what a surprise.
athletes, which doesn't represent their diverse population of blonde-haired, blue-eyed black guys named Jürgen Flurgen from Flurgendorf. Because like our Super Bowl halftime, our Olympics motto has now changed from higher, faster, stronger to diversity, color, and equality. Maybe Olympic medals for all participants.
I think that would be
next.
great. Participation medals for using your platform to attack your own country.
All right, we'll go ahead and move on then from there. Just want to share some of those clips from Cash Jordan. You can go check the rest out at his YouTube channel.
There's a bullet right through my heart. That's a threat. You say you want to kill me.
O'Keefe Media Group, James O'Keefe confronts the former Project Veritas board member, Matthew Tyremond, about threats he made. And Matthew Tyremond was one of the people that got on the board of Project Veritas and went behind his back and helped get him booted out of his own organization. A real creepy guy here. So let's check some of this out.
My book looks like he missed, and then he shot me right through the heart. And then, as you see, the exit wound on the other side. So this guy shot up my book and bragged to our undercover that he wants to kill me. I would kill him. Quote, I would kill James O'Keefe.
It's metaphoric. I wouldn't physically kill you. If I was physically going to kill you, I'd kill you.
Did you physically put a bullet through my heart in a book?
I had to do some target practice ahead of deer season, and that was what was around for target.
Yeah, and you said that Charlie Kirk was corrupt. That was the direct quote.
Yes.
I dislike Charlie because he was totally corrupt. He messaged me after Charlie Kirk was shot and said, be honest, when Charlie Kirk was shot, did you not for a second wish it was James O'Keefe?
Yeah, many people did message me that day.
Why couldn't it have been James O'Keefe?
Because you are the most evil motherfucker I've ever met.
But I'm not a rat. And you went to the FBI. You also said that you were a confidential informant to the Southern District of New York. That's one of the other things you said.
That's why I fed the Southern District tons of shit to try and get him in prison. Good.
You said you were a confidential informant to the SDNY. Could you tell us about that?
Oh yeah, I'm 100% fine. Oh yeah. This is
Could you tell us more about how you said you were a confidential informant to the SDNY?
About you?
You mentioned a number of folks. You mentioned Tucker Carlson. You tell me who you mentioned, because we have it all on tape. And you're a rat. You're an FBI informant.
Okay, so you're gonna have to be more specific. I've never talked.
We had everything on tape.
Why about you? So.
You said that you talked to the SDNY. Can you tell us more about that?
No, because I have no idea what you're talking about.
Who did you feed SDNY information? You went to the FBI, Matt. You're a rat. You ratted on someone to SDNY. I want to know who it is. Answer the question. You know who you ratted on. Tell us who it is. So it says I would kill. Would you kill me?
It's a fucking part of speech. Do I think you are an evil scumbag? Yes.
Yeah. This is pretty nuts, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, well, that's my property.
This doesn't look good for you, bro.
Good.
You're shooting someone in the heart? You want to carve my heart out and eat it?
That is a...
Are you in love with me?
I'm not the guy who's hooking up with dudes.
Because you're... So is that projection? Is that... No, that's my book.
No, it's not
If you touch me, we have security, and they're going to... Matt?
Well, I will see you in court for that.
Okay.
You're grotesque. And I love how...
Is this grotesque? Is a bullet through my heart and the book grotesque?
I need a target.
I'm going to hold this up. I've already fed the Southern District of New York tons of shit. When did you feed the Southern District of New York tons of shit, Matthew?
People called me and asked me questions about you, I answered them truthfully and honestly.
Did you feed tons of shit? What shit did you feed the Southern District? Be specific, please.
The truth about your spending and your abuse of the people around you.
So we have Matt Tierman is on tape admitting to be an FBI informant. He's the first time breaking news. Yeah.
Dude, your career is floundering, bro. You're doing fuck all nothing. Like, this is the vendetta.
Tell the camera my career is floundering.
You misappropriated millions of dollars in a 501c3. You abuse your employees.
That's defamation.
Slept with women for jobs. No.
That's total defamation. So when you make that statement, you're going to have to back it up with evidence, Matt.
We will do that.
Because what the American people are seeing is a guy who says he wants to murder me. You're shooting up my heart on my book. You say you're a confidential informant to the Southern District of New York, and you won't... Okay, let me quote you. Quote, that's why I fed the Southern District of New York tons of shit to try to get him in prison.
There you go. Good to see him confronting the guy. But yeah, that happened a few years ago. Some of y'all may remember that. It's an organization he created all the way back to Acorn, the first big bust he did during the Obama administration. This is really crazy, and it really is. You know, we keep hearing over and over, it's the end of Hollywood. It's the end of Hollywood. It really is, though, the end of Hollywood. It's certainly crumbling. They don't even really film much out there anymore because it's so expensive. They're filming other places. And the whole industry is kind of dying. They spend hundreds of millions of dollars on these movies just to push a message a lot of the time. It ruins the movie. No one likes it. They don't make money. They lose money. But they don't care. You know, that's how much they care about pushing the message, I think. But anyway, and you're right. I mean, I always think, man, if I had a studio with a bunch of money like that, I would just do like, here's $1 million. I'd find independent scripts that were really good, horror and science fiction, if I ever went into that industry back in the day. You know, horror and science fiction, here's $1 million, make this movie happen. You know what I mean? Just kind of do that. Give young, hungry, independent writers and directors a chance, and give them each $1 million for their production. You know, they could do it. You know what I mean? Get the right script, keep it under $1 million, and then you could be churning out hits, little independent hits constantly, you know? Hollywood's officially started panicking now after Deadpool and Wolverine writer Rhett Reese reacted to a viral AI video of Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt fighting over Epstein. Reese says, I hate to say it, but it's likely over for us. Indeed. Yeah, look at this, what people are doing now. There's some new stuff that just came out this week, and people are putting some crazy videos out. Is that not crazy? It's a short one, but I got a few more examples coming up. Like I said, a lot of people are putting these out this week. So the voice has completely stopped. Isn't that amazing? And check this out.
Schizophrenic patients, and this is...
So he's talking about schizophrenic patients. And again, it's that connection to spirits.
He tested Psalm 23 on schizophrenic patients, and this is what happened.
Started passing out the 23rd Psalm to my patients and saying, okay, repeat this when the voices come, and then come back to me next week, and I'll set you an appointment and tell me what happened. Consistently, the voices hated it. You know? Wow. So then I started asking them all, you know, what happens when you go to church? You know, so all the patients on my caseload and all the new ones coming in, what happens when you went to church? Turned out if the voices were very weak and they went to church, the voices would shut up when they were in church. They just stayed quiet. If they were of moderate strength, they would get louder and they would try to drown out what the preacher was saying. You know, they'd be in the background, oh, he's stupid, he's crazy. You know, one of the things they kept saying was Jesus couldn't even save himself. What makes you think he's going to save you? These are the voices saying this, you know, to these patients. So they would if the voices were very strong, they would drive the guy out of the church. He'd get up and he would run out of the church like he was driven out.
In our church.
Yeah.
It used to happen.
No matter what people think or they hear, they're still yielding to God. When you look to Jesus and you take thoughts captive and you bring them under obedience to Christ, there's going to be amazing transformation. And I've heard it over and over, and I've seen many people testify about this.
It's a good one. Good one. That connection, once again, to that the world calls disease, to the spirits. This is a really good one here. This is, gosh, he's a writer. He's a really good writer. He wrote a lot of things for Quentin Tarantino. Roger Avery, that's his name. Real smart guy too. Really, really cool writer. He wrote, gosh, what's the other one? He did one with Christian Slater way back. Anyway, gosh, I can't remember the name of that. But Tony Scott made the movie. And I believe Roger Avery wrote it. And it was a classic with, gosh, there's a bunch of big actors in that one. All right, anyway, but this is a very interesting talk they're having. So let's check this out.
So Luciferians cast a spell on the world. And,
For real?
Oh, absolutely. It's just like how vampires can't go into a house unless they're invited. They tell you, what's going on ahead of time. It's predictive programming. And once you say it out loud,
true
and you
romance.
put it out there and make fun of it and do a little skit like Stephen Colbert did a little skit on his show where, oh, here's a baby. I'm going to take this baby and I'm going to give it to Moloch. And he goes into like a cloudy red, furnace and hands the baby over. And the baby's going to be fine. And they make a joke about it and the audience laughs. Okay, we're all now conditioned to it. We've all seen it. And by laughing at it, we're complicit.
You think that's on purpose, that this is like some sort of a grand design to get us to be desensitized to the idea of demons eating babies?
Yeah, for sure.
Really?
For sure. And
who do you
by the
think-
way,
but
nobody's doing anything about it. We know what's happening.
But that has to take, there has to be a person or some group of people.
Yeah, like about
that is-
8,500 people. Yeah.
That are manipulating the Colbert Show?
They're manipulating everything. It's all an illusion. Like, reality as we know it is fake. That's the revelation that guy is having. And he's looking around and he's like, it's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Well, the thing about the emails is, one of the things is it's just stuff written down. And so that's sort of hard to digest. Like, what is this? Like, what are they saying? Like, some of it is in code, like walking over beef jerky, like talking about jerky. Could you walk beef jerky over to this person? Like, what does that mean?
For all this pizza they're talking about,
Right.
you never see any pizza.
Right. Yeah. They're ordering pizza.
I'm gonna grape soda. It's like with my cheese pizza.
Yeah.
And like, there's all this coded language, and everyone's like, oh, that's you just have pareola. You're just seeing things where you want to see them.
No, this is clearly a code. Well, that was the thing about
it's
Pizzagate.
absolutely a code, and in fact, mundus vult decipi, ergo decipiatur. It's a long-known concept, and so in Latin, mundus vult decipi means the world wants to be deceived. Ergo decipiatur. Therefore, it is. We want to be deceived. We don't want to believe the horrors that are actually behind the veil.
Well, I think with the Epstein files, people are, because of these emails that have been released, people are just now starting to be aware of the bizarreness of the code and some of the things, like the facts. Like, let's just talk about the sulfuric acid. So this was like right after he was indicted in 2018.
Yeah, I got to get rid of some bodies.
Yeah.
I got
How much
to
did
dissolve up some bodies.
What did it say he ordered? Like, let's
like 8,000 gallons or
maybe we can get our sponsor Perplexity to process this and give us a synopsis of what exactly happened, some sort of a breakdown. He orders how many gallons?
6 55-gallon containers full of sulfuric acid.
Jesus Christ.
Hey. Jesus
Christ.
Hey.
you think is real. So,
Well, yeah, not only that, I think that there's, sacrifices going on every day in Los Angeles. I mean, allegedly, like, high-level musicians, let's say, high-level female musician, is like, killing chickens every day, doing sacrifices. Like,
high level.
I don't want
You don't
to
wanna
say,
say
I
the
don't want to say
name?
names because I don't want to get sued. And I don't want to be dead either.
What does it rhyme?
Yeah, I don't want to be dead either, he said. So, yeah, he knows. But interesting stuff, though. He did a long interview with him, so you can check that out if you're interested. Find out more about his history, his writing. Demon possession is real. It says instead of calling an exorcist, the left, they say, knowingly weaponized the entity and turned it loose. So, if you didn't know, there was a recent bang bang in Canada at a school, unfortunately. A lot of youngsters got hurt. This right here is some footage of the young man, and it reminds me of, he's kind of laughing over and over, but reminds me of, because he's got kind of the Joker thing going on, so it reminds me of what happened in Colorado. Wasn't it Colorado? In the movie theater. We had the other guy that was kind of dressed up, and he was in character as the Joker. But yeah, you get this right here, unfortunately. So there's that. A little bit of that. Ex-employee of the Bohemian Grove says the local kids were, well, I'll let him explain. Somebody that allegedly used to work at the Bohemian Grove.
Their secret little hideout, their little getaway where they can go do evil stuff that no one knows about.
Yeah.
It's almost like a whole Epstein Island type thing. Worked out at the Grove too, doing tree work and stuff, and it's just a creepy place. Just being there is creepy, but I've seen the statues do the sacrifices and stuff. It's pretty bad.
They do sacrifices there?
That's why we think
What do they
kids were
sacrifice?
missing for years back in the day, is that they were sacrificing local kids. Anyone who was kind of lower on income, their kids that were disappearing. But as I got older, they were getting noticed, so they started getting kids from other places. Everyone that goes there is like the real high up bigwigs, presidents, senators, congressmen. They all show up there every year, do their little summer parties out there. Now they fly them out. Yeah, I saw the Clintons there. I've seen George W. Bush there and George Bush Sr. So no women allowed in the place.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they bring women in to satisfy the guys. And they do their big ceremony, ritual thing, and then they pretty much, it's called the cremation of care. They do it like once every summer. Different, it's all done by numerology when they're going to do it, so no one knows unless they're part of the elites that know. It's creepy, it's wrong, you can tell it's wrong, and there's a lot of younger girls that come through there that like come through and eat with the guys, and then you don't see them again.
Wow, oops. Wow, there you go. That'd be a good longer interview to hear, if possible. But
It's their secret little hideout.
that was my first real big introduction to all the kind of hidden truth type stuff, was the Bohemian Grove thing, the footage from AJ from long ago. That's what was my initial introduction, and it was enough to really shake me awake hard. And that's when, and I never really used any social media. I didn't have any social media. I've never really used YouTube or anything. I don't know. It was my introduction to all of it. And rabbit holes. And that's back when YouTube was definitely a different space. There was a lot more access to deeper, more interesting information. American bought a computer to work on. She also bought a new HP printer and the ink she needs to print what she's writing. But there's more. This is really crazy. It reminds me of a Black Mirror episode about subscriptions. You'll see what I mean here. See what she says.
Since when did we live in a world where we have to have a subscription for everything? What do you mean this computer doesn't already have Microsoft and stuff on it? I was using Word just fine. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, sorry, you don't have a subscription. Subscription? Shouldn't your ass already be on the computer? I bought a computer to write stuff on. Why can't I write? You don't have a subscription. Okay. Gets the subscription, goes to print something. Oh, sorry, you don't have an HP Instant Ink subscription. You can't print. What do you mean? It's fully loaded with ink. We got 2 of them. Color, black and white. Everything you need. Right in there. Sorry, you also need a subscription. Like, tell me why I'm just trying to write a simple document and print it out, and it just cost me $25.99. My stuff that I already paid for, $25.99. I haven't even left my house, costing me money. Since when did we live in a world?
Yep, that is totally screwed up. But subscriptions, there was a great one. I think it was the last season of Black Mirror. Might have even been the first episode, but it was about subscriptions. And it's like there was some kind of a setup where you had to have a subscription so you could function. You know, it's like everybody was connected, of course, you know, as the plan is. It was transhumanism and everyone's connected to the system. But if you don't have enough credits, you can't operate, something like that. So you had to pay subscriptions for credits. And then as time goes on, you have to realize that, you know, you have to pay extra subscriptions, higher subscriptions for extra bonuses, you know, for like more personality or I don't know, whatever it was. It was pretty genius. It was pretty interesting, though. Mainstream media works to keep the normies sedated, this gentleman says.
Work today, and I realized the reason why people aren't reacting to like this Jeffrey Epstein stuff. Like, why isn't anybody doing anything? Where is this outrage that you would think you would see? People don't know. If you look at literally all of the major media that we have, there is not a single word about any of the developments of the Epstein files. And that's despite this being like the biggest scandal in recorded history. Like, based on what they're saying with these new Epstein files, this is literally the biggest scandal in human history. I mean, you can't make this up. And there is not a single word from any of our major news media in any way, shape, or form. And that's really the nature of how they've been in control this entire time, how they took over society on every level. It's because they really do control the media on every conceivable level. I only found out on Friday. Like, I've been like dealing with this weekend, and it's funny because I keep seeing people talking about how, you know, everything is still normal. And you probably saw that video of the guy yelling in the airport, but that's how it is. Most people don't even know. It's been circulating on like TikTok and Twitter, but that's about it. My mom didn't know who Jeffrey Epstein was. I was trying to tell her this stuff last night, and she assumed that I was making it up. She was like, I don't know what you're watching on that damn phone, but blah, blah, blah. It's like, this is literally the biggest scandal in history. If you are upset and you want to see something done, start talking. Keep talking. Keep spreading the word. Doesn't matter who you talk to. Talk to your friends and family and your coworkers and everything else. Post videos. Doesn't matter. People need to know about this shit. I will never be able to unhear the cream cheese thing. Like, I did not need to hear that shit. If you're really saying that this has apparently been the basis of our civilization the entire time, I would like change too. I would like to do something about it too. Whatever little platform I would have, I'm trying to spread the word too.
All right. So see, like I said, there are some people that are recording, you know, their kind of wake up process with this stuff. And it's obviously it's not good. I'm grateful I went through it. Even looking back, I remember when I finally decided to kind of accept all this, and I really prayed about it. This is maybe a few months before I made the first scariest movie ever made, but I just said, Lord, I really want to know it all. I want to know the truth, no matter how weird, crazy it is. I just want to know what's going on. Like, how are things functioning? And I even mentioned the reptiles among us, all of it. I was like, I want to know, no matter what it is, please, you know, please. And I was earnest. I meant it. And it's been that process ever since. It's not like he just downloads everything in one moment. But I already had the hunger and thirst to understand things, and that's where it started, you know, is all this. And then I remember going through like the 5 stages of grief. You know, it's another thing. So some of these people are recording themselves going through some of these stages as they're uncovering the satanic kind of truth stuff that we've known for years. But yeah, you know, oftentimes when you really start waking up, you do go through the stages of grief. That's certainly true. At least it was in my case. Says, why didn't I know this? Let's check this out.
Another good synchronicity that somebody told me about, which kind of blew my mind, was this record that was released in July 2001 by a group called, you're not going to believe this, I Am the World Trade Center. There's a group called I Am the World Trade Center, and on an album which was called Out of the Loop, you can see, you go down the track list on Discogs, if you look at the 11th track on the CD, it's called September. Right there, you've got the name of the place and you've got the date, all encoded on that album, which was released in July 2001.
There's just no limit to my fascination with those syncs between pop culture and real world events.
That's right. So much. All right. I thought that was a good observation. Isn't that crazy? Seems like some straight up witchcraft. Hey, let's create a band, call them this, do this. I don't know. That's how it seems like. Remote viewer Elizabeth April shares her experience investigating Antarctica. Antarctica.
First place I went to see what they were doing was Antarctica, because I had to know, why is every president around the world all coming to Antarctica and yet there's a no-fly zone? So there's a couple things there. One, I did see a giant hole in Antarctica that was there. Later I found out that goes to an inner Earth civilization.
Okay, pause real quick. Beardmore Glacier, that's what it's called. So it's like a massive hole, right?
Yeah, massive
I know
hole.
what you're talking about.
Yeah, many years later I went back to the hole to go into it to check out. And I was like, what? They have a sun down there? It's crazy.
What?
Yeah.
So an artificial sun?
It's an artificial sun.
I mean, China was doing that.
But really, that time, so I was maybe 19 years old, and I went to this underground Antarctic base. It looked like nothing from the outside. And so I went in, and this was the only remote view that I had until I tried the military-style remote viewing, where I could feel the dampness. So I was going down this hallway, and it was a fully cement, smooth carved cement, sort of rounded hallway, and there's all these little rooms, and you can hear screaming. It wasn't very populated, and as I go into these rooms, I'm seeing these soldiers that were on these beds. Most of them were pretty deformed, but they looked like mutants, genetic experiments.
Sounds like.
There you go.
And so this was back in 2010 that I saw this, right? I didn't speak up until probably 2021 or 2022 about what I saw, because the obvious.
2010 wouldn't have been a good time to speak
No,
on.
it would not have been. And so then I kind of asked the question, why are they doing these genetic sort of mutations and experiments, and they're not very good at it because a lot of these victims are in pain. They just weren't functioning well. It felt like they were trying to create a super soldier. That was the vibe that I got. I'm floating down this hallway, right, investigating, and all of a sudden there's this giant man in his white light body, which would be an astral body or a remote body, but large, 6'3" probably. Before I could even clue into who this was or what he was doing there, he goes like this, and I get kicked out of the base. Kind of scary predicaments that I got myself into as a remote viewer, just not really knowing.
Right.
I went back to the Antarctic base just recently, probably in the last year, totally cleaned out, shut down.
How long ago was that first time that you did that?
2010.
So what's interesting about that is we've talked to another remote viewer, and she said the same thing. They're doing a lot of experiments like that. It's funny that all these remote viewers have the same kind of story, and now we're seeing it in the Epstein files, because in the Epstein files, he's talking about looking into time travel and mutants. And I think that the surface level is the trafficking stuff, but when you go deeper into it and what he was really into, bioengineering, eugenics, he was looking into time travel, he was looking into mutants, he was looking into all these different things. Now we see it.
I think public is going to be looking at us a lot different now that the Epstein files have come out.
Yeah, that's right. And it's good. As long as people get access to the information. I need to see what news my parents have been seeing next time I go visit and ask them if they know about the files, to see what they say. Here's a parent that goes off at a school board meeting about them letting his child go out to protest without letting him know. And, I showed y'all some clips last week, a whole bunch of them, where all these schools here in America, all these, of course, it's always, unfortunately, the white liberal lady teachers, but all of them bringing their children out, even kids 5, 6 years old, to protest, giving them signs and having them scream and yell at ICE agents, so.
Personal. Our children are involved. I am sick and tired of watching politicians and school boards, people from the city, telling children they can go out and fucking excuse my language, go out and get in the face of law enforcement. Good evening, my name is Vance Malabi. And on the afternoon of February 2nd, 2026, my 14-year-old child called me. He was not at school. He was not sick. He was in the middle of White Center, Washington, in the middle of a protest that was organized for his middle school. Okay, my stomach dropped when he called me. You guys have noticed that on January 30th, 2026, 2 children were killed just blocks from the school on Rainier that was having a very walkout that day. RCW 28A-600-035, by allowing them to leave and under Initiative 2081, the Parental Bill of Rights, I have the right to know where my child goes. That was taken from me. I was not given notice. I was not given an email. I was not given a call. You exposed him to real danger. That's neglect and that's endangerment. RCW 98-42035, criminal negligence by not being aware of the substantial risk. You call it policy, I call it abandonment. I am filing a lawsuit before the Paul Johnson. I want to make something perfectly clear. Someone's going to be held accountable, but all of you will remember it. Because for some reason we lose our case, we'll make a case law out of this to protect parents' rights to know where our kids are at all times. It's ridiculous. It's criminal negligence. And yes, a principal was fired for coercing students participate in protesting.
Man, honestly, can you imagine? It's such a dangerous thing to go to, but can you imagine you take the children out there and somebody actually, an accident happens and one of them loses their life? I mean, dude. And the parent didn't even know that the kid was out there. Here's a Klein High School in Texas. It's a public high school with about 20 miles from downtown Houston. The high schoolers were interviewed at an ICE walkout. These are children being effectively brainwashed, it says.
They want us out of here. They don't want no immigrants. They don't want nobody of color. They want everybody is white. They don't want us in here. They want us gone. We need to stand up for what we believe is right. Kids should not have to go through that. Kids should not have to be taken out of here when they don't know what is happening. Nobody has asked for that. This is not fair. We didn't sign up for this world. We didn't ask for this. This is not fair to us or anybody going through this right now. They love their culture. Y'all live our culture. They eat our food. Y'all listen to our fucking music. But y'all don't want us here. Y'all use our fucking culture. You only like it when you're fucking big.
I'll stop there. It's hard to even watch too much of that. But yeah, these children now are being radicalized, unfortunately. So there you go. Check this out from this young lady.
You see that the fabric of this Christian nation is completely torn.
Yeah.
You could pray in schools before. That was normal. You learned about Jesus in schools.
Right,
I would expect that from a Christian nation.
Right.
I expect that if I go to a school in, Saudi Arabia, I'm going to learn about Muhammad. It's part of the fabric. I expect that if I go to school in Jerusalem, I'm going to learn about Satan. I expect these things.
You know what's crazy? Every nation. That's crazy statement.
You see that the fabric of.
But anyway, you kind of get her point. Yeah, she's a comedian. Leonardia. There it is. Leonarda Jones. Joni. Funny lady. Funny, wacky lady. Says this is how it's done. Hijack attention and then hijack the population's sense of reality. Man, this is a cool breakdown from this professor here. Check this guy. Is he professor or pastor? Actually, I'm not sure.
So the question then is, why are these
Why does that keep doing that?
people making this effort to fool us into believing that this wall, these movies are real? And the answer is because they're trying to enslave us. Okay? Slavery. But then you're like, okay, but slavery means that I take a gun and I say, if you don't do what I say, I'll kill you. But that's not what slavery is. If the universe is conscious, okay, our energy comes from our attention. Attention is energy. So what they want is our energy. Okay? That's true wealth. If they're able to focus our energy, capture our imagination, they can construct reality in the way that they want it. Okay? Because reality is what we imagine it to be. The imagination is the animating force of the universe. right? So if they can focus our attention, for us, they can create their own reality. All right? Now we understand why we watch movies. Now we understand why we have the internet. Now we understand why the school wants you to love artificial intelligence. Because it's to enslave you. It's all of human history is about enslavement. Okay? This is what progress is. You think that, oh my God, I can now watch movies. Oh my God, I have now social media. I can communicate with anyone. Oh my God, I have ChatGPT. And ChatGPT can tell me the truth about the world. No. All these things are created to enslave your mind. Because you have access to God. And so what they're trying to do is trick you into believing that this reality is a true reality. Because once you believe that, this reality becomes the only reality. Okay? So the question is like, who are these people? Well, we don't know, okay?
Interesting, man. This guy's good. I've seen a few clips from him. David Icke actually shared that one. Of all people, I hope David Icke finds Christ someday. It's always been one of my big issues with him. Here's another one of these. They're called Sea Dance 2. All right, is the name of the program. SEE Dance 2. And it says it's too good to be true. This prompt was literally a high-quality shampoo ad for women. And this is what this system put out for this person after that simple prompt.
Strength in every drop, shine that lasts.
Crazy. Right? So yeah, the lines are blurring quickly. Very quickly. Just how cheap that is to do after a quick prompt. And all these companies spending millions of dollars hiring the actors, the actresses, 2-3 day shoot, and all that stuff. Down the tubes. You know what I mean? Hey, why don't we hire that 15-year-old Jeremy from Idaho? He's really good at making these things with AI. This is breaking. President Trump stuns the world by announcing 200 troops are going to be deployed to Nigeria to train forces to destroy the people who are taking out the Christians.
Numbers of Christians. They're killing record numbers of Christians in Nigeria. And they have other countries very bad also. You know that. That part of the world very bad. They're killing the Christians and killing them in very large numbers. We're not going to allow that to happen. They're killing record numbers.
Well, there we go. So good to see some action on that. Remember, he brought some of the leaders in from South Africa that were openly proclaiming kind of a war on the white people. They denied it, and then he started showing them the videos in the White House of them cheering it on. I thought that was pretty good. Blue Beamer Prep.
Right, I'm not joking, people. For the last 20 minutes, these noises have been coming out of the sky. Listen, you can hear it now. And I'm looking for the helicopter or the plane or where the noise could be coming from, but there's nothing there. It's like the sky is making the noise itself. It's like something's going on up above this canopy. We can hear it, but we can't really see it. And you're all thinking, whoa, what's this crackpot conspiracy theorist on about now? This is like War of the Worlds, people. This is a real-life Hollywood movie that you're living through right now. Turn off the screens and look at the sky.
It's crazy
Hear how
noise.
loud that is. Look how scared the birds are. The birds are flying off. What are they doing up there, people? Let me know in the comment section. Have you heard the noises that's coming?
Haven't heard that one, but we've heard others that sound like machines and many that sound like trumpets, right? I've shared some of those with y'all. It says, do you think it's normal to joke about pancakes being the same consistency as young human flesh? This is Jerry Seinfeld and Jimmy Fallon. Sure thought that was funny, but yeah, now with everything people know, they're starting to find things like this and question them a little bit. Check out this commercial.
Just to have the consistency of young human flesh. It's spongy, it has life to it.
It's from a TV show.
Colored undergarments, and you got soft human flesh in front of you. You're in a weird place. I'm looking forward to this. This is really, really going to be great.
All right, now, first of all, this is Jerry Seinfeld saying this to Jimmy Fallon. Now, who says something like that in the first place? Has it ever crossed any of your minds to compare pancakes with young human flesh? Now, for those of us who are aware and awake, we understand that they always put the truth in plain sight, and they use it in sort of a joking manner. They need to disclose what they're doing, and this is how they do it. For a lot of us, this doesn't come as a surprise, but for those who don't quite know yet, just do a little bit of digging and you'll be pretty surprised. All right, now, first of all, this is Jerry Seinfeld saying this.
Human flesh. It's spongy, it has life to it. You're with a guy with brightly colored undergarments, and you got soft human flesh in front of you. You're in a weird place. I'm looking forward to this. This is really, really going to be great.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. Like I said, people are starting to wonder now, because clearly they do use codes with each other. We know that, right? So a woman experiences ontological shock. So as I told you, some of these people really are tripping over what they're finding out.
I'm confused on why we're still watching the fucking Grammys and attending the fucking Super Bowl and watching the Super Bowl. Like, no one is mad enough. No one is angry enough. Those are babies. Those are babies and those are children, and that's all they ever fucking knew. No one is mad enough. I'm confused on why we're still...
Right? So yeah, like I said, I'm seeing a lot of these this week, kind of confessionals, I guess you could say, from people over how they're being affected. Says the censorship is bad in Hollywood. This lady criticized Bad Bunny and she got fired, apparently. That's not cool.
Now we all agree. I agree. I said it before that it was the worst halftime show ever, and it's 250 years that we're celebrating right now in the United States, and I just don't think it was appropriate to have it in Spanish. And quite frankly, I didn't need to see him grabbing his, G area. I think it was totally inappropriate. You've got all these young kids watching the Super Bowl, and he doesn't have to be grabbing himself every 5 seconds. Is he so insecure? Seriously, I didn't understand it. I don't speak Spanish. I would have liked to have known the words he was saying. To me, it looked like a political statement because there were literally no white people in the entire thing. I think it was a political statement, and I'm not taking a side one way or the other. I just do. I think it was an ICE thing. And I just think that the NFL sold out, and it's very sad because this was 75 years, and, a face to see who it was, because we all couldn't agree who it was. So that was kind of fun in the middle of halftime. At least it gave me something to do.
There you go. So I guess that's what got her canceled, but she was on one of those real life TV shows, very popular reality shows, Real Life. Artists these days think the more vulgar their work, the more progressive, this lady says. It's true. It's not true, though, unfortunately. I mean, it's true they think that, but it's not a true thing.
There's this thing where artists these days think they need to be as vulgar as possible with swear words and nudity and violence in their songs, in their art pieces, in their films to be progressive and edgy. But I actually think that it's the contrary. If you look back at the artists who were considered to be progressive and boundary pushing, Pink Floyd or Daft Punk, you could actually think of a lot of examples, even some Stanley Kubrick films. There's no bad words, there's nothing vulgar about it. It's actually, by today's standards, very clean. But those works were incredibly progressive and boundary pushing. And I think that's because when those great artists were making their work, it was a time when there was a boundary about what you could and could not do, which is actually conducive to artistic progress because you need boundaries to be boundary breaking. But these days there's no boundaries and anything goes. And I think this is something really interesting because there's been such a recent increase in vulgar content from the music we listen to the movies that we watch. And there's been, and I think there's going to be, a huge backlash against this. Already, there's been a survey out of UCLA that said almost half of Gen Z doesn't want sex scenes in films and TV. It's actually more edgy at this point if you don't have any of that in your content. And lastly, on that note, when you have something that is truly, truly artistic and beautiful, there's something about it that is incredibly progressive. Even listening back to music by Mahler, even Mozart, you're hearing things in that music that is incredibly new and innovative, even if it was made 100 years ago, 200 years ago. So I think that's something to think about. And I think that this is going to be something important going forward in how we make great art again.
Love it. Some good stuff. Thanks, young lady. Great observations. I agree. I agree. Yeah, the music scene is just so crazy now. Has been for years, and in America since the '90s, everything's been or mid to late '90s. Everything's been dominated by hip hop and rap culture. Everything, every commercial, movie, TV show, movie trailer. You know, it's just in everything, and it's like we're tired of it. You know, but used to be some real innovation that broke through into the mainstream. Like in the early '90s, the grunge scene was huge, and there were so many great bands came out of that scene. A lot of them you may not even heard of or remember. There was a band I liked a lot. Well, there's one band I liked a lot from that scene, minus all the famous ones. I liked most of them too. It was a band called Tad, and it's this dude that was like, he's a mountain man. It's like 250 pounds, Tad Doyle, and he just liked to rock, you know, and this is many years ago. But so there's some, I think 8-Way Santa is probably the classic from Tad. If y'all are into heavier grunge rock, you can check out Tad, 8-Way Santa. Here's Richard Dreyfuss discussing Bill Murray's unacceptable behavior on the set of What About Bob, the movie, famous movie, good movie. I haven't seen it in years, but I thought it was funny when I saw it a long time ago.
Talk about it for years. Bill just got drunk at dinner. He was an Irish.
Keeps doing that.
Drunken bully is what he was. He came back from dinner.
Give me a second now. It's weird. All of a sudden, my audio over here is just manually just dropping. Okay, let's try that.
Walked in and I said,
randomly,
read this. I think it's really funny. And he put his face next to me, nose to nose, and he screamed at the top of his lungs, everyone hates you. You are tolerated. There was no time to react because he leaned back and he took a modern,
see, something's happening. It's weird.
like glass blown ashtray. He threw it at my face from closer than you are. And it weighed about 3/4 of a pound. And he missed me. He tried to hit me. I got up and left.
There you go. I want to share that. It's pretty interesting. It's always interesting to hear some of these stories from behind the scenes. One thing I always run into over and over are just really horrible stories about Chevy Chase. Apparently he was not a very fun person to deal with. Check this out right here. Wait a second. What is this one? Oh, okay. I'm going to put this on Monday. I do have a Monday show over on Mean Green, over on Grumble.
Want to hear something that will really get under the skin of a religious individual? Tell them that there are people in church who serve at their church who are going to hell, but then there are drug addicts on the street who are going to heaven. Now, I'm not saying all of them, but there are for sure people who are stuck on whatever drug, whatever hardship, who truly do believe in Jesus. They are fighting for their life, but they are struggling down here. But they truly believe in their heart that Jesus died for them and that he is their Lord and Savior, and they are going to heaven, because the good news is that your salvation does not depend upon what you do. And if you say that to someone who's religious, they will freak the hell out because they will hit you with James chapter 2, faith without works is dead, and they'll take verses out of context, but then they don't even know the gospel. Because the gospel is good news, and if the good news had anything to do with what you did, it's not very good news because we are all filthy sinners desperately in need of a savior. It is all Jesus, nothing of ourselves. It is his imputed righteousness that gets us to heaven, nothing of our own works. Saved by grace through faith, nothing of ourselves. Ephesians chapter 2, verse 8 and 9. Now, when you say this, that there are people who go to church, who are religious, who serve at their church, who are going to hell, but yet there are people who are stuck on whatever drug on the streets, homeless, really struggling, but they believe in the gospel, they're going to heaven. That will get under the skin of a religious person. They hate it because they are Cain, and then the other people are Abel. Cain went to God with the fruit of his labor. Look what I did. Look at all the things I've done. And then he's going to be told, depart from me, I never knew you, because I require a sacrifice of purity that I provide. And Abel knew that. Abel comes, sacrifices, not his own work, but from his own herd. That's what God requires. We are Abel who trust upon the blood of Christ. People who trust in their own works are Cain. And it is heartbreaking when you see people who are religious and they don't know the gospel, but yet they confess Jesus or they use the name of Jesus. They push other people away. Because how is that even good news to go to somebody on the street who's addicted to meth, addicted to fentanyl, addicted to crack?
All right. So he keeps pausing.
And you tell them, hey, yeah, I got some good news for you, but you better you gotta get off that. You gotta get off that stuff that's super addicting that you are really stuck on. If you don't get off that, then you're still going to hell. That's not good news, guys. That's not newsflash. It's not good news. That's a burden. That's a heavy yoke that you're now placing back upon them. But Jesus tells us that his yoke is easy and his burden is light because he carries it for us. Now, when you tell that person who is stuck on whatever drug, hey, it is simple faith, trust. He will deliver you, whether in this life or the next. Trust in him. And then through the process of maturity, we pray for that individual that the Lord pulls them out. But that takes a relationship. You know, that's where we still have our own free will to walk in maturity, to then, have responsibility. Or sometimes sin, it gets you down. That's why Paul makes it very clear at times, don't walk in the flesh, walk in the spirit. Like he has to actually say that to believers because it's still a possibility for a believer to walk in the flesh. Whoop-de-doo, what a crazy revelation that is, right? But it's just wild how the religious spirit captivates individuals and then it pushes unbelievers away. Because how is that even good news? Now, am I sitting here telling you that once you're saved,
come on now,
go ahead and do whatever you want, go on the streets and smoke crack and meth? No, that's how this religious spirit will actually interpret what I'm saying. But because they're revealing their own hearts. That's unwise. It brings forth the death principle of sin, that if you continue in your sin, it brings forth decay. It brings forth chaos in your life, and Jesus does not want that. He brings love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. He gives you life abundantly, and if you walk by faith, not by sight, obedience to him by faith, look into him, what he did on the cross, then he will pull you out of this world naturally, and it is a relationship, but that has nothing to do, that has no bearing on your justification in the sight of God by faith alone, saved by grace through faith, nothing of yourself. And I just want to share that with you guys. Do not allow the religious spirit to pull you down. Do not let the religious spirit of other individuals to shake you, where they take verses out of context, they weaponize the Bible. You want to know who else does that? Satan.
All right. Great message, I think, from Shepherd for Messiah channel, if you want to check the rest of that out sometime. Please do.
But we will, do our statewide recount.
He goes full reptilian here. He goes full they live. Look, completely.
Come on.
Glitching the F out.
Come on, computer. But yeah, please, if you don't mind, I don't do this often, but please do pray for me if you don't mind. I'm under, over the last few days, certainly another one of those weird things where some crazy things are happening, kind of negative, like the whole weird money thing with Subscribestar, all that stuff. And over the last couple of days, even during the last show, I was getting this thing where it's almost like someone else is controlling the computer and they're turning up the volume, turning it down, pausing the videos. I know it's crazy, right? But anyway, if you've been around me any amount of time, it's not like I'm scared of some agent doing it. It's more spiritual type stuff. So please do pray for me. I do appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Right?
Have you seen any evidence of a widespread fraud?
His eyes are up here and his eyelids are down here. I mean, he's, look, he's going full alien here.
Fraud or anything along those lines? We have ongoing investigations, but we've not seen something widespread spread of a large nature. Nothing in the order.
Dude, you're glitching out. Like, look at this. Look at his eyebrows. He's got a demonic thing going on here now. He's going full. I'm gonna separate this out.
Order of over 10,000. Aware of any, but we will.
Sounds
do our
like
statewide
the guy speaking sounds like Paul from that channel Pockets of the Future, which I was subscribed to long ago. I don't know if I ever subscribed to him under the KJ's What Happened channel, but that's who it sounded like. This is China's deployment of advanced stealth destroyers near Iran. It's far from a drill, so just showing that there's some action happening out there. As you know, war drums are beaten. Breaking. European Union officials just voted to declare that biological men are women. Okay, so good. We get that established, I guess.
Resolution as a whole. Roll call vote. The vote is open. And the vote is closed. And that's adopted.
Here we go. I guess that's all we get, but okay. More madness. Come quickly, Lord Jesus. We're so ready. Says Grok, what are the rules of shopping in this free grocery store? Oh, yeah. So another big story out this week. Is this it? Let me see if this is the one. Yeah. So if you didn't know, this week in Mondani's experiment in New York City, they opened up a, quote, free grocery store. And here's a guy going inside, and it seems like a pretty good deal at first. So check this out.
I just flew up to New York City to check out the first free supermarket ever here in the city, powered by Polymarket. We're going to head inside and check it out. The supermarket was a decent size and had a nice selection of options, not too many brands. They had snacks, they also had fruit and vegetables, plenty of options. Honestly, I was quite impressed. They also have imported olive oil and anything else that you need. They also have this great pasta, which I snatched real quick, and obviously all the core essentials that you would need. Hey, for those of you that have love in your life, unlike myself, you're going to want to get some free Valentine's flowers. There was a sizable line when we left, so if you're in the West Village, come check it out. I just flew up to New York City to check out the first...
So apparently you get one of those blue bags, and you can fill that up, and that's like the limit, from what I understand. Okay, so there was this, and then... Now, let's check this out. Somebody asked Grok, what are the rules? It says the Polymarket is a free pop-up grocery store in New York City, open to all New Yorkers with no purchase or sign-up required. No specific limits on merchandise are mentioned, but stock is finite and may run out. It opens Tuesday, February 12th at noon. Gives the address, running through February 16th. It says confirm on site for any. So I guess it's still running. So there you go. Free grocery store. But see, they've done this in other countries and the same kind of regime, same idea. It starts off like that and it ends quickly and badly for people. All right, let's check this out.
The light already won. Everything that you are seeing right now, all of the darkness coming out right now, the Epstein files, ICE, the corruption, violence, is not a sign that darkness is winning. And I need you to lock the fuck in. Because all this is, it is a revelation. Darkness has to reveal itself in order to be dismantled. Because what is hidden cannot be changed. And what is exposed can no longer survive in the light. Okay, so all of this visibility means that these systems are already losing their power. And what I'm here to remind you is that revelation of darkness does not equal doom. It does not mean that nothing will change or that evil has won or that humanity is doomed. That belief of the, oh, it's doomed and all this stuff is exactly where darkness wants to take you. Revelation of darkness is the necessary phase before, as a collective, we reject the things that are actually happening. Because what you guys need to remember is that this already existed. The only thing is that you were unaware of it. So people can't say when they're unaware that they don't want this until they can clearly see what is there. Now, what they do want is to trap you in an emotional trap. These systems understand the emotional body very well. Their power depends on your shock, on your fear, on your grief, on your despair, on your emotional reactivity around this. Because what is it that they were doing with the children, right? They were literally putting them in fear. Lock into the pattern. That's exactly what they want us all to do as a collective. I'm saying this because 2 days ago, I found myself crying over the state of the world. I felt like doom to me. Like, how could this be? It felt for a moment that darkness was winning and it felt heavy. Now, because I'm so self-aware, I immediately retracted and I remembered the actual truth. Actually, the light already won.
All right, I'll go move on. I think she's a bit more of a new age in a bit, which is, it happens. Hopefully she finds Christ, because that is the answer. And yes, it is getting darker. It's going to get darker to the point of being darkest ever in that final 7 years. So people do need to know that. They do need to wake up to that. It's, again, not to be a fear monger, but sometimes that's the truth, and you got to let people know. And I know it hurts. I know it scares some people, but you need to know, and you've got to make a choice. And, the very best choice you can make is in Jesus Christ, obviously. And I hope you do, my friend. Breaking. Fed up New Yorkers are now threatening to withhold paying their property taxes. Oh, boy. Let's see if this catches on with these people.
We, the landlords, and the property owners can stop paying shit and stop paying property tax. You don't have enough fucking lawyers in this state to foreclose all our fucking properties. Let's start not paying the property tax for this quarter coming up. We'll fucking bankrupt this city. The minute we don't pay your property tax, New York City will fucking crumble. You can't foreclose on all of us. Ain't gonna happen. Condos, everybody, stop paying fucking property tax. You'll stop this stupid fucking madness real quick. You'll come and sit with us and help us. Not try to destroy us, because when you destroy us, we can destroy the fucking city. This flyer is like a boxing match. New York City is 1%, 1 little percent of bad landlords. And in that 1% is NYCHA. You have thousands of apartments that are no effing good. So why you're not here? Why you're not the bad landlord, right? Maybe we should get all the people from NYCHA to go to this event. We are the landlords.
So yeah, it's like really is being destroyed by design quickly, out there. It's amazing how fast it's happening. But also the city will be set for destruction. Unfortunately, as we know. Ghostbusters 2016 Revelation of the Method. We're hearing a lot about that today, aren't we?
26. Now there went Spectral Polar Bear on 63rd and 5th. Then there was that weeping wall in the thrift store in Chelsea. Did you say 6th and do that barrier? Honey, whatever's on this planet.
Ways. Shamans say ley lines connect to star systems, allowing communication with gods or ancestors. Some conspiracy researchers warn that elites today use ley lines to channel dark energy, building skyscrapers or temples on them to harness their force for control. Even churches were placed strategically atop pagan ley sites, capturing the land's spiritual power for religious dominion. But what happens if these lines are blocked or corrupted?
Right.
Maybe that's why you feel drained in some cities. Their ley lines are feeding something else.
Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if there's an energy in some of these really screwed up, quote, blue cities in America. I wonder if there's an energy you feel when you're in some of those places. The Great Freaking Awakening says the children are starting to get it. Let's see what this young lady says.
Here are some brands that were found in the Epstein files. Life Touch, the brand that takes 90% of our school pictures and also facilitates JCPenney photos. Yeah, they basically been giving our pictures up so it could be a catalog for these predators to look through so they can see what kids they want. 2, Chuck E. Cheese, the CEO, and now they're going to have a new one starting on February 13th because he decided to step down after getting caught. Wayfair was mentioned just short of 400 times in the files. So yes, y'all were completely right, and it was not a conspiracy theory when everyone was saying that Walmart and Wayfair are listing shoes and furniture at $100,000 price tags with the names of real children that were missing. It was not a conspiracy. They were really doing that. Victoria's Secret, Bath & Body Works, White Barn, and Pink. They're all owned by Les Wexner, and he is in the Epstein files. It's everyone.
Thanks, lady. Says, why you on my...
Here are some brands that...
On my eats, I guess. That's right. Thanks, young lady. Appreciate it. Here's another one of those Sea Dance videos, 2.0. And, man, just look at how incredible this stuff is. Really, you got to admit. I mean, still has its issues, but just imagine, again, how fast this stuff is advancing also.
If this is your first shift at Waffle House, you have to fight.
That's a little violent, but yeah, isn't that crazy? It's like, excuse me, I showed you guys that trailer for the movie called Karen, which is not a real movie, but the trailer was real, and it was all AI, and it was kind of incredible, honestly. But look at this now. There's druggy-type tents are now popping up across Zoran Mamdani's New York City, where naughty things are being sold openly, prices boldly displayed, and the police do nothing about it. So here's an example. These prices are, I think, a little high, to be honest with you.
Niggas I've been outside in the tent, look at this. See that?
Peekaboo. Hi, you little stinker. Hi. Peekaboo, see you. Yeah, so there's that. So yeah, New York City's quickly, man, too quickly, is devolving. Epstein files revealed. Check out what this young man has to say about it.
The world is run by Satan-worshipping pedophiles, which really sucks. But it's also not surprising when you know what the Bible says, that Satan is the ruler of the world, but he's on a leash. Here are 4 things happening in the world right now that are awesome, the last of which actually has to do with the Epstein files. Number 1, right now we can say with
Come on now.
confidence that in our lifetime, the gospel and the word of God will reach the ends of the earth, which is the only thing Jesus said must happen before he comes back. So I think we have a better chance than any generation before us to claim Jesus is coming back in our generation. And what do we do about that? We smuggle Bibles to the ends of the earth. We translate the Bible into unreached people groups' languages. I'll put a link in my bio for Global Christian Relief, an organization that's smuggling Bibles. For $5, you can smuggle a Bible. Why don't you just start smuggling Bibles instead of having coffees for a week and get the gospel and the word of God to the ends of the earth? Number 2, Gen Z is the most churched generation of all generations right now. Young people are leading revival in our country for the first time in decades. And number 3, weekly Bible reading has skyrocketed in the last year. Since 2024, it's gone up 12%. That is unheard of. And then lastly, which has to do with the Epstein files, Jesus said in the last days, the wheat will be separated from the weeds and everyone's works will be on display and exposed. What does that mean? For all of times, the evil ones, the children of destruction and the children of light have been growing together, but right now they're being exposed, which means what? The best news of all, Jesus is coming soon.
Yep. That's right. He knows about the shifters. Very interesting. Well said, sir. I agree. We agree. I think I speak for... Well, I can't say that. She looks exactly what you'd expect her to look like. Busted. This gentleman works for a company or a group called Accuracy in Media, and it's nice to see some of these reporters are still out there. It's the younger people are doing this, but there used to be a lot of exposés you'd find. And a lot of these guys are coming, and girls are coming from the internet, which is awesome. You know, the local authentic, reporters and journalists.
Hi, Ms. Nowinski. I'm Adam Gillett with Accuracy Media. Great to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
We received a report that your department was still doing DEI work in defiance of state law.
Come on.
and that you merely just were changing the wording. Is that true?
I can't comment.
Have you ever said anything like that?
I can't comment.
So we have a video with you right here, and you said that you had to change the words because people are dumb.
You can't actually use those words because, you know, people are dumb. So, can't use the words? Oh, okay, sorry. But no, that's already. I mean, like, in writing stuff, like, in course stuff, like, okay, we can't actually use those words because,
Gotcha.
you know, people are dumb. True. But yeah, we still teach all of that.
And you went on to explain that you were still continuing to do the DEI work. What people are dumb? This is you in the video, right? Is your department complying with the law, or are they subverting it by changing words? What would you say?
I can't comment.
No thoughts at all on this. What do you think about the taxpayers who don't like funding DEI work?
I can't comment.
Interesting. Do you think it puts your department in jeopardy of losing state or federal funds because you might be defying the state law?
I can't comment.
No thoughts on that at all? Do you have any message for the legislators who passed a law banning DEI and don't want that work at universities?
I can't comment.
You commented a lot in the video. I'd love to hear if this is correct or not, or if maybe you just misspoke and wanted to clarify a little bit.
I can't comment.
No, most of your faculty are pretty progressive. Does that make it a welcoming environment for students who don't share those values?
I can't comment.
No thoughts at all on any of that?
I can't.
Okay, well, we'll check with some other staffers. Thank you very much.
Following the conversation with Tamra, no, but spelt different. We presented the hidden camera evidence to University of Kentucky officials for comment.
We received a couple comments and complaints from people who were telling us that the university was continuing to do DEI in defiance of state law. And some of our investigators came to the university and met with a number of individuals in the psychology department and other departments who explained that they just changed the wording and were continuing to do the exact same work. Do you have any comments or thoughts on that?
The university is fully compliant with House Bill 4 and all federal laws and policies and procedures with respect to that issue.
Well, I appreciate that, but I'm concerned because, for example, Tamara Nowitzki in the psychology department was explaining that they just changed the words because people are dumb.
Love it, man. It's cool to see accuracy in media. So good job, man. Get out there and do it. The work that all these big networks with all the funding never do, right? Ever. It says, must watch this anomaly in Florida. Ariana Masters. She does a lot of this weather stuff. But check this out.
Download this. This is a potentially dangerous story for me to share, but you need to see this because we need answers. I am happy, healthy, and not prone to accidents, just saying. For context, I do a radar and satellite review show on my website every single day. So when I tell you this is freaking weird, I know what freaking weird is. As I was reviewing radar data, I spotted an anomaly in Florida. It appears that a wave was emanating from each tower, which was subsequently pushing the cloud cover and precipitation outward. That alone shouldn't happen. The mainstream narrative is that these towers only track systems, but here we have clouds and rain being moved in a perfect circular outward fashion at the exact same speeds near each tower. And look at this area. When the clouds collide in the middle between two separate waves from two separate towers. Then as I looked along the Gulf coastline, this is where things got even more crazy. All the towers along the coastline are doing the exact same thing at the exact same times. Texas, Louisiana, look at Louisiana, the wave is emanating outward to the point where the clouds and precipitation spreads out equally in all directions and is then eliminated. In fact, even more strange is at every area of precipitation near the towers along the Gulf and Atlantic coastline disappears simultaneously. And that's not even the craziest freaking part. The craziest freaking part is the time code for when these waves occurred, about 1940 UTC. These areas felt seismic activity. The local news reported it as an earthquake at a 3.1 magnitude.
Well, at about 2:41 this afternoon, apparently there was an earthquake out about 10 miles deep in the Gulf, 70 miles south of Gulf Shores.
A rare event in this area. You heard me right. The moment we saw these waves around these towers, they reported that there was an earthquake. Here's the thing, though. Earthquakes don't impact the atmosphere. It can't move clouds. It certainly wouldn't move clouds in perfect circular waves emitting outward from each and every tower along the entire Gulf coastline up to the Carolinas on the Atlantic coast. And around the time of the supposed earthquake.
It is interesting, isn't it? So yeah, you can check her out, more of her work. I think she's on YouTube also. And Dutch Sense, of course, is a great, weatherman for the people. Here's another one. Someone took the Sea Dance 2.0 and they tried to fix the Stranger Things finale battle. And I think it's better, like personally. I think a lot of people do. But here's another example of this stuff.
You put this inside me! Now it's mine!
Try harder.
You think that power belongs to you? I planted it in you when you were 12. Every connection, every whisper you ever heard was me.
Then you made a mistake, because I learned to use it better than you ever did! Well!
Together.
A new world is coming, and none of you will be in it.
There is no new world. Only you, alone. You sound just like Papa.
What is happening? Something is controlling it. Someone is inside Vector's mind.
Find me.
She's going in. She's going back into his mind.
So there you go. Yeah, that's all AI. The whole thing's totally AI created, trying to fix the ending of Stranger Things, which really was a dud, the last season. I mean, that's one it's been on for over, what, like 10 years or something. So, and I like sci-fi stuff, horror stuff, so, and a lot of you do. So I watched it over the years, did videos on it, because there's a lot to find in those shows. And yeah, this last season was a real stinker, I thought. Anyway, I think most people are over it, at this point. It says, is Bigfoot a government project?
I believe Bigfoot is an inner earth creature, so he's not extra dimensional. I think he lives in the earth, and there's portals or doorways or whatever you want to call it where the footprints disappear. And I believe he's a hybrid, so I'm not sure if he's a government project or he was created thousands of years ago with some kind of Nephilim DNA experiment. But I think clearly where people have the psychic interaction with him, you have to say that's a non-terrestrial or extraterrestrial phenomena. I believe Bigfoot.
All right, thanks, lady, for your input on that. I'll never forget that great video. It's on L.A. Marzulli's channel, where the guy had the camera on the back of his backpack, and you saw the portal open and the Bigfoot thing coming out. It's like, whoa. And that's why a lot of these sightings and people will follow the footsteps, and they'll record footsteps. They'll get to points like on a path where they just stop. They just disappear, and they find that a lot. David Paulides has done some stories on that as well, and that strange anomaly. Hey, thank you, Stephanie Hutchings, 8941, says, thank you for being you, KJ. I value your voice and have for a long time. You're welcome. Thank you. Your first video sent me down a rabbit hole, and when I hit the bottom, I found Jesus. Love it, says, waiting for me. So much love. Thank you. You're so welcome, and I love hearing exactly that. That's always the goal, is him, not me, is like always that you can be a good seed planter and help lead people on the way and, let him do the rest, so thanks. Ohio State University just got busted blatantly breaking the law by accuracy in media. Oh, boy. this guy again too. So let's check it out.
Hi, I'm looking for Melissa Newhouse. Oh, hi, I'm Adam Gillette with Accuracy Media. How are you? We received a report that your department was explaining how you do DEI in defiance of state law. Is that true?
Oh, actually, I don't know. Actually, we're closed from...
In this video, you told our investigator that these buildings now have to allow the whites in, the privileged people.
Oh, no.
Is that true?
That's not true.
Well, this looks like you right here, right?
Because of the law, we had to change signs and centers that were centers specific to one group. Those closed, or they changed them to common, so that whites are there too. Not just the underrepresented. They brought the people with the privilege there too. However, what it doesn't do is it doesn't affect our curriculum.
Okay.
As long as the discussions, that's the name of the course, and it's about diversity and it's about inclusion, or what.
So he still will learn, my son would still learn DEI and it's as part of his curriculum and intersectionality.
Yes, if that's what the class is about.
Well,
We had to change
Is this you?
signs and centers.
It looks like you right here, isn't it?
Oh, I know, but that's not me.
That's not me.
That's not your voice?
I'm sorry, we haven't...
Whose voice is that then?
Like I was at the Union the other day, and it used to be the Multicultural Center.
Yeah.
It's not called that now. It's the Common Center because they want American white people to be in there too.
Yeah.
But the whole concept is to be somewhere where you feel you see who you relate to.
Belonging is very important.
It is, hugely, and it's if you look at our leadership team out there, the pictures out there, the folks we're very diverse.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
It's not like
AI?
It's gotta be, that's not me saying that.
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm
thank
Adam
you.
Gillette with Accuracy Media. How are you?
Hi, I'm the Portello Exchange.
Miss Newhouse was explaining to our investigator that the department is continuing to do DEI in defiance of state law.
We're actually having to go now.
I understand. She says that's AI. Does that look like AI to you?
If you please.
Sure. Have a great day. We university with somebody that removed from reality, not only with their politics and with their view of the world, but with the denial that that was her in a video, and instead claiming that it was AI.
Mm-hmm. I bet we'll be seeing a lot more of that too. People say, "Oh no, that was AI." Right. Well, hopefully she gets what's coming to her. I can say, Mark Carney. This guy has been a real issue for his people, as you know. But Mark Carney clearly married a dude, it says, and sent his daughter to the Tavistock Institute also to transition. Yeah, the Tavistock Institute. We've talked about that in the past. It's another one. They do a lot of programming. So, of course, it's for entertainment purposes only. You decide. But we have seen some interesting evidence of some of the other so-called elites kind of doing that in the past. New York City woman says the quiet, and there's Obama, so New York City woman says the quiet part out loud at city's new free grocery store. So here's a lady talking about the free grocery store from Mamdani.
It's a good idea, just for the experience. Right. I don't think it's a good idea for New York to do this all the time or every day on a consistent basis, because it'll lead us back to maybe like Cuba when they give out food to families and everybody has to come.
See, stop.
So that's a concern for you. Okay, Athena, thanks so much. I'm sorry, we got to get going here.
Right, of course, yep. Well, we need to go and get going here. That is not the narrative that we are pushing. So we don't want to hear that, but thanks for your time, I guess. Here's a witness hearing confirming at least $60 million in dark money was funding the Minnesota protests, or is. Good to see that. Some Josh Hawley. Imagine the level of brainwashing it took to get women to think like this, and this is the way of life, and that this way of life is oppressive. I want to share this because there's a counter one to this. I think this is it. No, that's not it. All right, I'm going to play this. Wait, let me try another one. Is that it? No, one more. No, we saw that already. Grocery store lady. Trying to see where this is. I hope I didn't miss it. So we got a couple of double posts. Let me work through these. That. Maybe it's coming up here next. No, got that over here on deck. Got that. All right. Okay, here's the one I was going to show you. So check this out. Here's the girl. This is before, but she used to be on LonelyFans, if you will.
I post everything. I really love to do. My biggest thing is my cosplay.
I feel like that revs the engine for some fellas.
Absolutely. It's just the act of up. You'll know when the Holy Spirit is convicting you. The Holy Spirit's pointing something out to you and poking it, and that's what's uncomfortable about it. So I'm like, God, what is it that you need me to do? And I will do it. I know you will provide because in the Bible it says that. God used the most unqualified people to call out people who thought they knew everything. Just stay on it a little bit longer, make your bag. You don't even need to do anything bad, but it is wrong. It is sin. How could God ever bless me when I'm opening this door to darkness? God wants that door shut. What am I scared of? Not having $1 million? Oh, who cares? Like, dude, I'm promised a mansion in heaven. That's free.
Come on.
I post.
So that's always good to see these young ladies doing that, turning around. That being said, let me go back to the other clip. Let me stop this one from playing. Okay, check this out. Okay, and then there's this. So this is a young Triple P, unfortunately, you know, really programmed, because we see this everywhere in our world and society, especially in America. But check this out.
Don't cook and you don't clean.
No, because when the default goes for women to cook and clean in a relationship, then I think that's also why so many people are struggling in relationships, because that's labor. So compared to women's labor, compared to men's labor, if he takes care of all the bills, it's still 5 jobs compared to his.
No. My husband does blue collar work, and what I do at home is nothing compared to what he does outside the house.
Okay.
And what does your husband do for work?
Oh, he does construction.
Does he do heavy machinery, or is he more
Forklift, boom lifts, all kinds of lifts. Him doing what he's doing, coming home baked, looking like a freaking lobster. I'm not gonna complain about what I do at home.
And he supports the whole family.
Absolutely. And all I'm doing is, what am I doing? Cooking, cleaning.
What if you were working too? Like, would you want him to also clean and cook too?
He offers, but I tell him, hell no. Sit your ass down. Do not do a thing. You were just out there for like 12, 14, 16, sometimes 18 or more hours.
Oh, dang.
Why am I going to make him do all that? If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be in the building we're in. We wouldn't have the things that we have all around us. So it's like they are literally the backbone to our society, building the infrastructure that we have all around us, the technology and all of that. You know, so I actually put my husband on that highest level of respect when it comes to the line of work he does. Because if it weren't for him and everybody else, where would we be?
Man, what a cool wife, huh? For real. Love to see it. Here's a fun one for the Gen Xers. Says, Gen X was the last great time frame to live in America. Living as I have, I can't totally argue with that. I gotta keep it on mute.
Last day for seniors. We're out of.
Yeah, I'll keep it on mute because of the music. But this is from '89, graduating 1989, which some of y'all may have graduated in '89. Seen some of the videos, the crazy kids back then, graduating, happy to leave. Remember those days? No one had a phone or social media, or really computers even back then. We didn't have our personal computers back then. That came a few years later, just a few years later though, like early 90s. And I got my first computer when I was in the Coast Guard from the base, from the department store on base at the time. It was huge. Remember the beginning? They were huge, huge boxes. And there was that phase. Some of them are still in some of your mom and dad's houses, but they had the massive television sets. They were just like huge and super heavy. super big. A lot of times they were kind of parts of furniture. It'd be like a coffee table TV setup. Anyway, there's that. Just want to show some of that for the oldies but goodies out there. Speaking of which, here's a young daughter watching her father age in an app, and she has a hard time with it.
Wise men say.
There we go. Stop that.
Only fools rush in.
Probably need to stop the music, but anyway. But look at that app. It's working pretty well. It's crazy. Now watch. Big difference. Here you go. This is a good one too. A little, doom break, I'd say. But this little dude traveled to Minnesota to surprise his best friend who he hadn't seen, excuse me, in 3 months. Let's check this out.
Turn it off, Colin. What's up? Hi. Oh my god! Oh my god! You didn't even realize it for a second. Oh my god! Where did you come from? How are you, bro? Good. We came down today. Oh yeah.
Beautiful. Love it. Good kids. Good kids. Good children. Mom Donnie, here's some more. Some New Yorker and her thoughts on what's going on in the city she's grown up in.
There's no way that people are actually visiting New York City or people live in New York City and they enjoy living here. I have lived in New York City my entire life. I have never seen something like this. Ever. I've lived here 26 years. I'm currently driving through Canal Street. It literally looks like I just entered a third world country. Streets are absolutely disgusting. There's garbage everywhere. There's like cops just swarming the streets for no reason because they're not even doing anything. It literally looks like a cesspool full of people that are like imported here and placed here to ruin the city. It's like so disgusting. And then on top of that, you guys went and voted for an absolute imbecile to run the city who is going to do nothing except make the city worse. So enjoy New York City. This is definitely not the Big Apple anymore. I don't know what this is. Honestly, there's no way that people are actually...
There you go. Sorry, lady. But, enough people voted, it seems. So we've got him in there. Ruh-roh. Thoughts on what she's saying. This lady has an interesting rant, too. Let's check this out.
White people do not hate black people. But white people is tired of the degenerate
Stop that computer.
behavior that is coming out of the
Stop
black
that
community.
spirit.
They're tired of all the whining and crying coming from the black community. And they're tired of black people not doing anything about their own issues. And I know black people are going to say, well, take your ass to a sundown town. But have you been to y'all neighborhoods lately? Those are sundown towns. And the point that I'm trying to make is that your everyday white person that is in your local supermarket, they are not sitting there thinking about what can I do to make this black person's life worse. The fact is, black people seems to have a problem with this top 1%, the people at the top. And quite
Okay, stop it,
frankly,
gremlins.
white people have a problem with these people as well. And I think white people just know that black people are more than capable of being productive members of society, and they can see outside looking in that we're choosing not to do better. We're choosing to be a part of the system. And quite frankly, white people have been trying to tell black people for years that the Democratic Party is not for them, but black people with their heads up their own asses will not listen, and they just call them racist. White people and black people built this country together, and I think it's about time we start having some respect for each other.
I think that's a wonderful message, my friend. Thank you so much. much for sharing. I completely agree. Here's another one. A woman screws around and finds out with the agents. She illegally parks her car in front of a DHS vehicle, and then, of course, everyone over here is screaming. I don't even want to play it about what tyrants these officers are, but they had to take her down and arrest her. The tough lady, pulling up in front of, no, we're not going to let you guys do your job today. You can't do that. And you got all these people screaming the filthiest obscenities and hateful remarks at these guys. It's really wild to see, man. Really wild to see. It's that shift in humanity. It hurts my heart. That's why I don't even like to listen to much of it. The real hate coming out of these people's mouths, man. It's freaky. Let's check this weird thing out from Billie Eilish. Eilish.
I love babies. Oh yeah, they love on these. It's crazy. I mean, I do too though, because I have an iron deficiency, so it should taste good. Like, do you guys like the taste of blood? Do you? Does anyone here like the taste of blood?
I don't like these gremlins.
I like it. I like the taste of blood.
Wasn't you supposed to be the world's #1 virtue signaler at an award show just a couple weeks ago?
Stop it, guys.
And you're telling everyone you like the taste of what? I think you need to be careful with statements like that, considering everything that's coming out now. Even the NPCs and the people who weren't switched on are starting to rub a bit of that sleep out of their eyes. Yeah. You want to maraud on stage, you're some hero, when you have no idea what it is to live amongst real people.
Indeed, sir. Yep, they are. But at least they're all being exposed more and more now, which I love to see. I love to see it. Her husband's company is listed as a co-conspirator in the files, and it's this lady, Savannah Guthrie, once again, and her husband's in there. He's in the files, it says. Links to the Clintons. Name's Michael Feldman. He was the scrubber, that is the guy who got things harmful to the Clintons from the press off of the internet and out of the public eye. Founded a PR consulting firm. All right, so yeah, there's those connections. See, the whole thing's fishy. It is. It's weird. And it's being promoted, like I said earlier, everywhere. Obama's former top White House lawyer has resigned from her position at Goldman Sachs after newly released files show that she was in contact with Epstein long after his conviction, at one point even receiving an email from him regarding, quote, girls. So yeah, that's not a good look, lady. Glad to see some of these people getting busted, though. Excuse me. Call of Duty is a U.S. PSYOP, it says. Looks like there's a connection between Call of Duty creator, but did you know, I'm guessing it's the same guy, but the creator of Call of Duty passed away in a car accident a few months ago. Do you guys remember that? I don't know if it's the same guy. Hey, look, there's a 111. Thanks, Lord. Good to see you. All right.
For years that the Call of Duty games are basically a U.S. government psyop. And every time
Come on now.
I do, there's a bunch of dudes in my comments like, it's not that deep, bro. Just let people have fun, bro. But now we have leaked emails between the creators of Call of Duty and one Jeffrey Epstein. And in these emails, the president of Activision says, I am all for indoctrinating kids, before Epstein goes on to tell him that he should start filling his games with microtransactions, which they did that very same year. And people are now saying, oh my goodness, all of the conspiracies are coming true. But this wasn't hidden. I've been trying to tell you guys this. The U.S. State Department and intelligence agencies have been heavily involved with the creation of these games from the beginning. And that's because they are a very powerful tool for indoctrinating children, as their own president said himself. A lot of people, and especially kids, don't ever really take the time to deeply study geopolitics. So a lot of their ideas about the world are absorbed passively through the entertainment media. In these games, the basic message is that America good and all of America's enemies bad. You can bury your head in the sand and ignore that if you want, but that just makes you easier to control. It makes you more of a sheep. Most of these games aren't even good anyways. Why don't you play something that's actually fun, like The Witcher 3?
All right, sir. Thanks for the video game news. Appreciate it. I don't play any of those personally. I play a couple of basic board internet games on the internet against the computer, and that's it. That's where I'm at now. Had to give up the online multiplayer stuff long ago. I've mentioned it before, you guys. Seriously, it was affecting me too much. I was getting too mad sometimes. And plus, I'd play sometimes for too long. It was just too much of a distraction, you know. Things we like. It says, this young woman going to church for the first time. So, yeah, I do love seeing these videos. Check this out.
I'm really hesitant to post this, but I'm 21 years old, and I went to church for the first time today, and these are happy tears. I grew up in an atheist household. I never was introduced to God. We never talked about Jesus. We didn't learn about anything like that. But throughout the past few years, like, I've seen signs of God in my life, and I really just wanted to let him in. And so I went to church today for the first time. And it was so beautiful. Like, everyone probably thought I looked crazy, but it was like filled with tears. I just felt so seen and loved, and it was so beautiful. I can't stress enough how beautiful this was. And so if you're nervous to go to church or start going to church, take me as your sign that it's literally never too late. That was literally one of the best days of my entire life. Like, I'm really hesitant to post this. But
So nice. Love it. Thanks for sharing, sister in Christ. Love to see it. It's very sweet. Here's some more reports of some of the residents in New York City, and they've been dealing with this. This was from the 13th, so this is just posted yesterday.
New Yorkers are now living among mountains of trash. 11 days after the Manhattan snowstorm, the streets remain buried under piles of garbage, and the city government has done little to fix it. Many residents say the city is slowly turning into an open-air landfill. Filthy black snow, garbage soup flooding the sidewalks, ice rinks on every corner, cars buried like fossils, people slipping, breaking ankles, no one shoveling, no one salting, no one doing anything. This is New York City, 3 minutes from the mayor's house. Under Mayor Mamdani, the city that never sleeps is becoming the city that never sweeps. Towering 8-foot-high piles of rat-infested trash are choking
Look
the
at that.
streets around
It's
Gracie
like a
Mansion,
raccoon.
while the mayor's residence appears to
Or a
receive
beaver.
spotless white glove treatment. And yet, Mamdani publicly claims he can't imagine how things could get better, even as more and more New Yorkers express anger over what they see as a complete failure of responsibility and basic civic duty.
purpose.
On the Upper East Side, residents are still forced to trudge through garbage-covered streets, dodging rats and walking past snowbanks soaked with dog urine a full week after Winter Storm Fern. This is not just neglect. This is a breakdown of leadership.
There you have it. I don't see how people are surprised, but again, we're living with some really delusional people in these days, unfortunately. You know, it's true. 11 days before her mom vanished, Savannah Guthrie was panicking as Today's Show ratings spiked without her. It's interesting.
Turning to you, red, yellow, leather, red, yellow, leather. Oh, that's my first singing.
She's weird, I think. Says new reporting says Savannah Guthrie was in what coworkers described as full panic mode 11 days before her mom disappeared because while Savannah was on medical leave, Today's Show ratings jumped 12% year over year, pulling in 2.86 million viewers and beating Good Morning America. And according to sources, she was obsessively refreshing ratings reports, privately asking, is this a fluke? Pushing doctors to rush her return, insisting NBC air a segment of her recovering at home so audience wouldn't, quote, forget her, and then fearing the spike would change her leverage as her contract nears renewal. Other staff reportedly said the set felt more relaxed without her, less tension, more equal, and no fear of being corrected on air. She reportedly earns $8 million a year and believed she was the glue holding the show together. Then her mom vanished. Is the timing just a coincidence, or is something people are reading too much into? Well, I think it's interesting. The whole thing feels a little off, doesn't it? So we'll see what develops. Hopefully the truth comes out, whatever it is. In the files related to the DOJ, Biden was removed in 2019 and replaced by a body double wearing a mask. We've seen it a few times, but the real Biden was an evil, sick, angry guy who did bad things to little ones, including his own. Now that's an actor with an effing mask. We've been over this 1,000 times. It's never going to change. Biden was bopped. 2019 squad did it. Interesting. Not surprised. We've noticed around here for years the different Bidens. Excuse me. This one actually made me pause. Scientists have built a robot made of liquid. Now, look at this thing.
It can change shape, grab things, fall from small heights,
divide and merge, all without collapsing or leaking. The team tested it on a little mission, where it collected a dangerous material, neutralized it, and brought it to safety, as we can see in this video.
Oh, happy music. It's always like the corporate happy music. Oh, it's so cute. Look at that. Some pretty freaky stuff. It's like that, the Terminator Part 2, I think it was.
A guy named Lou DMs me, right? And he says, I dated this woman.
Here are some of the strangest glitches in the Matrix from my comments section. We have this set of 3 small nesting glass bowls. Not long after I married my husband, I dropped the smallest bowl and broke it. They had been his before we got married. 9 months later, I'm putting dishes away and I opened a cabinet and there sits the smallest bowl, unbroken, and in a cabinet in which it does not belong. It was not there before. I know for a fact I broke it, and I know for a fact there were only 3 to begin with. When I was 8 or so, I accidentally knocked a toy model of a Navy ship my brother had made off of his shelf. It shattered into several pieces when it hit the floor. I hid all the pieces because I didn't want to get in trouble. Then, a couple of days later, I went into the bedroom and the model was on the shelf completely whole. There's no way it could have been re-glued or fixed. I was so confused, I never could figure it out. My husband...
Have y'all ever had one of these kind of things? Because this guy does a lot of these kind of stories. We'll play some more here. But it's pretty interesting. I wonder if it's angelic intervention in some of these cases, you know?
My husband and I purchased 2 cups while visiting the Painted Desert, one with my name and one with his. As my husband opened the hatch of our car, his cup fell out of the back and smashed on the ground. I was a bit upset, but soon forgot about it. When we got home a week later, we found both cups wrapped safely in the back of our car. I broke my favorite claw clip in a meeting I was in at work, and I was very upset about it because it held my hair the best. I threw it away after the meeting. 3 days later, I went to grab my hairbrush in a drawer, and there was that claw clip I threw away at work and not broken. I dropped my earbuds case in the parking lot of a store, and both buds went flying away from the case. I found one immediately because it didn't go too far from the case. However, the second I found underneath my desk chair at home. I'm still baffled about how it got there. My fiance and I were in bed one evening when he bumped the bedside table and his glasses fell to the floor. We both heard them, and he told himself he would get them when he used the bathroom. Then shortly after that, he looked and his glasses were back on the bedside table. Neither of us had gotten up since they fell. And all 5 of the charts were completed perfectly with my signature. This still freaks me out to this day. My husband and I love to do puzzles. We were working on one when a piece fell to the floor and we immediately went to pick it up but couldn't find it. 4 years and many vacuumings later, we randomly found the piece right in the middle of the floor. It was untouched, as if it had just been dropped there.
So yeah, stuff like that, man. I mean, I love those kind of glitch in the matrix. Excuse me. I've had a little bit of a cough the last few days. I love these glitch in the matrix stories. It's a Monday one. All right, let's check some headlines. Amazon ends Flock partnership after backlash over the Super Bowl ad. I showed you the Super Bowl ad everywhere. It's like, hey, we can see everything now. We're going to help you. It's all about the pets. Oh, and the children, of course. So good to see that they suddenly end their Flock partnership because people are like, we don't like that. High five to the restrainer on that one, right? Jimmy Fallon kills planned pasta sauce line with pal Tommy Mottola as the Epstein friendship is revealed. So yeah, both these guys, Michael Jackson had a lot of really bad things to say about Tommy, actually. You can go find some of those clips. There's a lot of crazy things that's come out over him. Like he's been very bad with people, touching them in bad places and things. If you will. And then him and Jimmy Fallon were going to make a pasta, and funny that they find them on the list. And most of us understand pasta is also one of their phrases that these people use. Microsoft AI chief gives it 18 months, a year and a half, he says, for all white-collar work to be automated by AI. 18 months. We'll see. Year and a half. So like 2028-ish, I guess sometime around the beginning of that. Steak and Shake Some people in America know that. I haven't been there in years, but when I did go, it was really good. Steak and Shake removing microwaves from its restaurants. They're wanting to go, and I read some of the article. They're just trying to go more clean, and fresh food, which is really nice to hear. And so, had something to do with the RFK Jr. Let's see here. I thought it did. Yeah. It says the rendered beef fat's favorite human health services secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Publicly pushing eateries to use it in place of seed oils. All right. Good to see some kind of movement there. Nice to see. Elon Musk says that in 10 to 20 years, work will be optional and money will be irrelevant thanks to AI and robots. So there's that whole, he's pushing the same idea that you'll own nothing and be happy, right? He also pushes out the idea of not a universal basic, but a universal high income. So he's still pushing all the stuff that the other globalists are pushing, no matter what. Though I still am grateful. This is one Kajani Amari, AK. I was just watching. It was a good one on the abduction of Nancy Guthrie with some interesting symbolism, if you want to go check him out in that video. Meanwhile, in Canada, Canadian police, the radicalization in general, if people express traditional values, that might be a sign they're becoming extremists. So this is where we're at with
What they're saying on a subject.
Canada, man.
Radicalization in general quite often will show by people isolating themselves and changing their behavior, like changing what they're saying on a subject, like becoming more extremist. And if someone was very believed in equal gender rights, but all of a sudden are leaning towards like traditional values, and that might be a sign that they're becoming more extremist. Radicalization in
So there we go, and just madness once again. Unfortunately, we see that the madness spreading in Europe, and then now Canada, of course, and Australia's had their issues. Let me go and pause that. And you know what? That's actually the last clip. Let me see. Why is my computer sideways? Let's try something else. There we go. That was the last clip. So I wanted to say thanks to all of you. Let me jump over here real quick. Tamara, thanks again for being here. Thanks again for all of you, man. We got way over 800, floating around 900. We were over at one point. I don't constantly make a point to point it out, but it is nice to see. So thanks, man. Really cool that you shared your precious time with us today. Had a longer show, man, almost 5 hours. So thanks again, Tamara, for putting in the work. And thanks again, all of you, for being here. It's always fun to have you here live. Thanks again to the members. Big shout out to you, and also the legendary Rumble Wells. Now, as far as Subscribestar goes, like I said, I will, give me a couple days and we'll figure it out. I'll see what's happening over there and see if they can fix it. If they don't, I'm going to have to end my whole thing over there, and I'll give y'all like a link, because I'm working on my memberships on YouTube, just to I gave other options there and stuff. So I'm going to do a poll real quick or soon here for the members, just to see what y'all would like to talk about next and when is a good time live to do a show for y'all, so we'll figure that out too. But yeah, so that might be the move, and if so, I just want to say thanks again to all of you on Subscribestar. Don't leave yet. Like I said, let me see if it works out the next few days. But if not, I have to go, because that's just a waste of our time, and they're liars and thieves, it turns out. But I want to say it publicly that, Lord Jesus, this is one of those moments where I just have to trust you and put it out publicly that I'm going to wait on my miracle, because I know that you're going to help in whichever way. I don't even know how, but I know you will. So thank you, Lord. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. That's how I handle those things, man. And also, before we go, I always want to do this too. Have to do this. Don't forget, man, I put out a bit of content yesterday, brand new video. Please check it out. And a great live show. I think it was a great live show on werewolves last night. It was a fun one. But if you're not saved yet, it's real simple. Here's just a few scriptures. It says, "Nor is there salvation in any other, for there is no other name under heaven given among men by which we must be saved. And that name is Jesus Christ. For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life in Christ Jesus our Lord. For whoever calls on the name of the Lord shall be saved. For by grace you have been saved through faith, and not that of yourselves. It's the gift of God, not of works, lest anyone should boast." Love that one. "If we confess our sins, he's faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness." Just remember, he really is the creator, came here in the flesh, lived a perfect life, died a horrible death, was buried, resurrected 3 days later, ascended to heaven, and he's coming back for his bride, which is us. And then he'll come back after the trib and step foot on this earth and wipe it all out. Right? Everything's going to change. So got a lot of amazing events coming our way. We're certainly in that season, okay? So I don't know exactly when. None of us know. Don't trust people that say they know. But we're in that season. Most of us understand and we feel it. We understand. So we just trust in him. His precious blood covers all your sins, no matter how degenerate you've been, because we've all been there at points in our life, just not living right, being too fleshly. But, don't worry about it. I mean, seriously, he'll forgive it all. His precious blood sacrifice cleanses your sins, past, present, and future, seals your soul till your day of redemption. So please trust in him, okay? That's it. That's my spiel. And I want to say a quick prayer. Heavenly Father, thanks for all these wonderful souls, all these great people here. And, of course, Tamara. But thanks, just for all the folks that watch now and watch later. I really appreciate each and every one. They're all a blessing. Thanks for all the wonderful things you provide for us in this life, Lord, which is everything, because all good things come from you. So thank you. And please, Father, use us in whichever way you want to as we're here in the system to help the kingdom and just help us with our gifts, our talents, give us the courage we need, whatever it is. So thank you. Thank you very much. I pray we're all found worthy to escape the things coming upon this earth also. And we love you, Lord. And in Jesus' name I pray, amen. All right, cool, guys. Let me jump over here with y'all for a moment. See what's going on. Let's put a different background up there. How about, that's a cool one. There we are. Good to see you guys. Hey, thanks again. Good to see everybody. Discerna, Zabrina, Chinese chicken. I love it. I love Chinese chicken. There's actually a great restaurant out here in the Ozarks. A Chinese restaurant. It is the best hot and sour Chinese soup I've ever had in my life. And it's not all brown. Like a lot of times it's brown and real thick. This is different. It's light colored and it's super hot and spicy and it's really, really good. Hey, thanks Subversive 3325, member for 4 months, friends. Says, pray for KJ and everyone here. Get in the Bible. Don't put it off and love you all. Love the message. Thank you very much. And I appreciate you being a member. Like I said, that's probably going to be, we'll see what happens with Subscribestar, but I may just move everything there to memberships. I've done a couple live shows there. They don't get a lot of people there live. That's why I want to do a poll and just see what night and time is best for you guys, or day. And if enough of y'all are cool to do a live on whichever day or time, I'll do it there. I've always got different subjects we can do. Also, like another just catching up with KJ, which would be fun. Just where we hang out and chat live and you guys talk about whatever we want to talk about, So I'll share some scriptures there sometimes. We'll see, though. I'm working on it, okay? I'm looking at it. So big shout out to y'all, anyone who supports the videos and shows. Haven't been able to get to my P.O. box in a week or so, over a week. So if you sent anything there, please, thanks for your patience. I'll definitely get there in a few days and then I'll write y'all back. Okay, so thanks. I appreciate it. And that's it, man. So what's next? I got Uncensored coming up on Monday over on Grumble, 2 p.m. Central Standard under the KJ Osborne name. Please check it out. And if you can't live, which I know most of y'all can't, you work, check it out later. And we do. It always gets really good views. So thanks so much for checking it out. There's always a lot of stuff on there. I don't just do a show just to do one. It's like there's stuff I definitely want to share with you guys, so thanks for that. And then as for this week, I'll be posting up later this week whatever's coming up. I'm not sure, what's going to happen this week, but I'm working on a few things. So I'll let you know in the next few days. And that's it. Like I said, don't leave my Subscribestar yet. Thanks again for being my backbone for years, especially when I was off YouTube. And it's still a great backbone for me. But like I said, they're doing some weird stuff over there. I've prayed about it. I'm going to trust the Lord. I'm giving it a couple days. But I'll let you know over on Subscribestar if anything's changing, and then I'll show you, maybe what we could do otherwise. So I appreciate you, okay? All right, there you go. Enough about that. I love you guys. Thank you so much. Y'all have a wonderful weekend, and I'll see you in a couple days over on Grumble, okay? All right, take care. I'll see you then.